a Jew?
No, people think I am, and I've been called a fucking Jew and had someone threaten to kick my ass because they thought I was Jewish, so it's impacted me as well. We are not anti-Semitic.
Are you listening to yourself?
Yes.
I don't know, but this guy's going to get punched out.
I just got threatened by the head of news and programming of CNBC.
Jackpot.
Are you serious?
That's him there.
Why do you think you deserve so much power? Hey, Avi Yemeni, should I be scared now? Don't push me, bro. What? What are you getting violent for, man? I could push just like you can, man. Look at these thugs. They fund wars around the world and then you question them. They try not only to intimidate you, but physically assault you. Jacinta, we understand it's easier to run away, but what would you say to the Jewish community for them to believe that you could keep them safe since you failed them for a year and a half? Look at that. Look at, what are you doing? Why are you blocking my way, mate? Jacinta, why are you running away from the tough question? Why are you running away? Like a coward. No Jew can believe you're going to keep him safe. You came for a photo op.
Free Palestine!
Oh, excuse me. Come here. Do you want to tell us? Do you want to tell us why you're so upset with me?
You can go get f***ed.
Just like shouting at Jews.
Get the f*** out of my face.
But you're the one that shouted at me.
And you ran after me. F*** off.
I like to talk to people who scream at me.
I don't talk to Zionists.
You mean Jews? Just say it. Say what you feel.
Yeah, okay.
Say what you feel. Don't be so scared.
I'm not scared. Scared of you?
Hey,
Who come and approach? Who come and approach?
Hey,
I'm
this
gonna
is-
fucking get you.
You're gonna what?
I'm gonna fucking get you.
What are you gonna do?
Leave.
What are you gonna do?
Leave.
What are you gonna do? To me?
Leave.
What are you gonna
Leave.
do?
Hey, don't
What
touch
are you gonna
him.
do
You
to me?
came my way. You fuck off. You
What are you gonna
understand?
do?
You came my way.
Stay out of the camera. Why?
What now? What now? To show you? You want me to show you?
Can you tell us why you're still wearing a mask? Is that for COVID or to like protect your identity? Touch my...
Do not choke me!
Look at her. So she's the victim now. She's the victim. Look at the victim. Is there a big Antifa in Switzerland?
I'm definitely an anti-fascist, but this is not a movement. You should also be an anti-fascist. I really hope for you are, because otherwise you should get educated and ask.
I don't like fascists, but Antifa, I don't know about here, but around the world generally are pretty fascist themselves.
Oh my God, get informed. That's not true.
Just be a little bit more respectful.
Who are you?
My favourite person.
What? Hold on. If you think that's disrespectful, you have not seen my content, because that's like the most respectful I've ever been. Monique, you're known for your honesty, integrity, and all that. Where's your husband today? Is he got any of those core flutes? Well, it's disrespectful to make up excuses and then walk away. I waited here all the way till the end when you had no excuses left. How do you look in the mirror and see an independent? I just want to know
That's
why
right.
you're wearing
Exactly.
an Antifa.
To make a statement
And what's that
that
statement?
we have to be anti-fascist.
And what is a fascist?
We all have thinking.
And what's a fascist?
It depends. It's somebody right-wing populist that is willing to oppress other people. In regarding to thing, it's not anymore the discussion for me in all the context, the anti-fascist discussion, as it was in the Second World War.
What about extreme left wing? Can they be fascist?
Fascist not, because I think in the definition, but they can be extremist and they can be also
Can't be fascist?
fascist. No, no, it's
Fascist is
I never met somebody with.
Can you give me the definition of fascism?
I mean, it depends, as I told you. For me, it
I don't
depends.
think you know what fascism means. Are you going to be taking questions, Prime Minister? Or is this just a photo op between tennis games? Are you not ashamed of what you've done in the last couple of years? If any other product in the world doesn't work as promised, you get a refund. Should you not refund to countries that laid out billions for your vaccine? Are you going to apologise for getting everything wrong, from mask mandates to vaccine mandates? Dr. Tedros, this is your chance to apologise to the world for your role during COVID. Would you like to take it? Prime Minister, are you worried to take questions because you saw what happened to Jacinta Allen? Are you scared of answering the tough questions? Yesterday was the first time you didn't
conflate anti-Semitism and Islamophobia? Is that because you reckon?
What's happening, mate? I think you got to move me along to your. You got to fix my camera, Avi.
I got to fix your camera. Maybe just stop mucking
Mate.
around with your camera every session, and then we won't have this problem. What about oh, what's that fancy
is
light
it-
on? Yes,
Yes,
there we
yeah,
go.
that's perfect. Oh, that looks good. How's everyone going? Welcome to the Opposition podcast, guys. Great, I'm back in Melbourne. How you doing, Avi?
Welcome back. Yeah, I'm good. I'm just, doing the final shares like everybody else should be doing. So make sure to quickly now, as we start, good evening, welcome to the show. Make sure to do exactly what I've been doing in that 5-minute countdown up until the very last second. And that is sharing the stream, because this stream relies on you guys, the viewers, to help this community grow, a community that I've been enjoying, the regulars that I'm getting to know through your comments and your non-comments and your super chats with comments and your Bazia taxes and all that. It's been fantastic, but that is all only possible if we share this stream and we get it going. So we've got about 1,000 people with us now. Hopefully tonight we have a really good show, a lot on. In fact, just some housekeeping, and we'll tell you exactly how tonight we see tonight playing out. Firstly, you can see the comments below the live chat on YouTube, both Rukshan's YouTube and my YouTube. We're going to hit a couple of the stories making headlines around the country and also internationally. And then we have a special thing tonight, because last night I watched you debating on I'm scared to say, on a New South Wales streaming.
Yeah, with a New South Wales streamer. we got to get to that. But I want to apologize if there's any regulars here that watch my Wednesday night show. I was MIA because I got caught up in another live stream talking to someone about Avi Yemeni, of all people. So
it was a really good. It was a debate that I love, and it seems like I'm pretty sure he said he'll come. The guy that you basically debated, whose name is Chris Coveries, that's what he wants me to call him. He doesn't want me to call him New South Wales debater, but streamer,
live streamer.
He says he's coming on at about 8:30. So towards the end of the show, we'll end the show with unpacking that conversation / debate that you guys had. Let me just, so obviously the comments, all the comments that you're seeing below us, those are just live comments. But if you want us to read your super chat, so you get to firstly have your comment featured on the screen and us to read it, where you can potentially guide the conversation, ask a question, throw something at us, or just give us some support, show us some love. That is through the super chat on YouTube, just like the one you're about to see now from our friend Baz, starting the night.
Thanks, Baz, for the super chat. Thanks for joining in. Baz the Dark Horse Lee. I feel like the name's changed.
They've added a Lee.
Added the Lee. This either it's a LARP or it's actually Baz himself. But Lee. So Avi, did Mossad or Kanye giving you the money? Wait. So Avi, did Mossad or Kanye give you the money for the black Nazi? Mate,
In fact, that's what's
yeah, this black Nazi business is quite funny. I think it's one of the funniest stories I've heard this whole year. I've been laughing about it for the last couple of days.
Well, it's why you gave up on your own show. It's why you gave up on your own show last night to debate that.
So funny. Yeah, 100%.
But I think the conversation, so whatever. Like I had to put out yesterday's video, half for my own personal satisfaction to have a laugh, and second because I thought it's important. Haters gonna hate, that old cliche, especially these days. I know that, but supporters that were watching it thinking, oh, that seems kind of credible. They produced a screenshot of a Telegram thing and this guy's making complete sense. Some people were falling for it that do not necessarily hate me. And I think that really the video, that the second video that I put out, put that all to bed. In fact, I think even my haters seem to be in their own groups disowning the black Nazi. Yeah. They're not disowning him for his vile Jew hatred. They're disowning him for being caught out
Well,
lying about being
because
paid?
because it seems more so based on whatever little evidence that there is that he is more associated with them in a way. So I think that's why
Yeah.
they want to disassociate and say that there's no way that a black person would be with us.
Well,
even though
that's the
he's
Nazis, but even
bad.
even not necessarily the Nazis, like some of those cooker groups, the extended version of the Nazis, which are like also Nazis as well. They basically blame everything on Jews. They weren't happy, I think, because he wasn't willing to come on and provide more proof that I paid him or the Mossad paid him or Joseph from Israel. Cookers, I hope you enjoyed it because I certainly enjoyed cooking that video up. But we got a lot to get to before that different segment to this show tonight. That's going to be at 8:30. So till then, we're going to hit the news. We've got another super chat. Go for it.
Thank you, Super Suki 13. We need to wake these hypocritical bastards up, bro. That could be in reference to almost anything or anyone, but I do agree with you that
the sentiment I definitely agree with.
Sentiment, we agree.
I'm going to apply it to whoever I think that should be applied to. Thank you for the super chat. And one more super chat before we get straight into the show.
Varan, thanks for the super chat, mate. Thanks for joining in for another show. Shalom, Avi, and Rukshan. What about the synagogue arrest? Bazia done. Hi, the Jews, Christians, Hindus, and the black Nazis. We're a diverse community here in Melbourne. We've got all sorts of things happening, and that's true. We haven't. I don't think we've talked about the synagogue arrest, have we? So
no, but it's on tonight's show. I do have it.
It's on tonight's show.
Yes, we do have that on tonight's show. Oh God, we've got a couple quick super chats before. Oh, they're coming in.
Thanks for the super chat, mate. I was hoping Avi would hold out longer for my Wednesday Rukshan stream. Quite inconsiderate, really, mate. We're trying to decipher what exactly you mean, but I think you're complaining about Avi and you're giving me money as a super chat, so I will take that. Thanks, Thanks again.
I was hoping Avi would hold out longer for my Wednesday Rukshan stream. Quite inconsiderate. Is that because I think because you dropped your Wednesday night stream?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, whether you love or hate me, keep giving super chats to Rukshan, to me, whatever. Just keep it flowing because I need to recover that $1,000 that I spent on the black Nazi. This is going to be clipped. We need Avi on Piers to debate Rabbi Shmuley. You know what? I'll tell you something funny. Rabbi Shmuley came to Australia recently, and he launched. So one thing about Rabbi Shmuley, he's used often by detractors of Israel or Jews as an example why we hate him. The thing is that he's also universally hated in the Jewish community. Like anyone that actually knows him beyond like going into a synagogue and he happens to be talking, anyone that knows him generally does not like Rabbi Shmuley within the Jewish community. So I was actually planning when he announced a tour, and the irony of the tour was how to combat anti-Semitism effectively in Australia, because Australia is getting it so wrong and he's getting it so right. And I was looking forward to confronting him when he got to Melbourne. The Melbourne part never happened because when he got to Sydney and he was in a synagogue, my sister was there in a synagogue giving a speech where he, from what I understand, is he got kind of slithered his way into this synagogue to talk, and he just got heckled and booed. And he tried to sell an event which flopped. It was just like everybody hated him, so he cancelled his Melbourne part because he happened to be in Australia. He's married to an Australian. And I was really excited to confront him. So then I sent him a message to try it a different way. I was like, come on the show so we can... I was politely putting debate. I can't remember the exact wording, but he never answered me because I don't think he doesn't like the optics of that. But yeah, he's an absolute scumbag. I don't like him. So if that's, you see, you can criticize a Jew without being anti-Semitic. There you go. Rabbi Shmuley sucks.
Piers Morgan loves him. I think he's been on Piers Morgan as much as it's probably one of these most loved guests, to be honest.
Because he's clickbait. Because he outrages everyone, and like, you know, and I don't think, you know what? I don't think Piers cares one way or another. He just wants clicks and likes and money and
Yeah, fair enough.
yeah, but he pretends to care and then he shifts like you can't. The good thing about Piers, if you don't like his opinion, wait 24 hours. So Jimal, thank you. Welcome back to the show. Really appreciate your super chats every single time. I think our work is done here tonight. We can leave. No, keep those super chats coming, ladies and gentlemen. This looks like a new. Do you know
this
this one?
from Good Stomp. No, thanks for the super chat, Good Stomp. Christian Nazi vid today. God bless for covering it. I pray for that black dude that he hears the gospel and people help him. Look, I don't know too much about that guy, Avi, and thanks for that super chat, Good Stomp. You know, he does come across as someone that does have a mental kind of handicap in terms of the way he presents himself, and obviously the things that he's involved in as well. But there is an element where he could be putting it on as well. I mean, that's possible.
Yeah,
that's possible.
I don't get that feeling. I
things...
watched this full conversation with that like that
British
British neo-Nazi, and I get the sense he's not all there. He's certainly on the spectrum, but he's flown way off it. There's something wrong there, and it was actually quite eye-opening watching that conversation with the neo-Nazi, because it's almost like he was asked questions and he never really answered things directly. When he did, it was like something as stupid as, "Did you get treated badly by the police?" He goes, "Yes, they said the F words to me a bunch of times." Like, dude, you're walking around with hell, you know, pro-Hitler stuff and you know, Black Suns and whatever. And you're saying the police treated you badly because they swore? Okay. But so he was not all there for that. But then a lot of the other questions within the conversation that he was having with that neo-Nazi, the neo-Nazi ended up answering for him. It was just such a bizarre conversation. And there was like really weird parts in there where the neo-Nazi's like,
I mean, look, I'm not trying to be insensitive here, but it's like a freak show. Literally. It is. It's like a car wreck. So you just look at it and watch him because it's like a freak, because it's obviously very odd what's happening there.
And the weirdest part is like some people supporting him. That's just shows you the times we live in, where people on the internet are like, "Oh, cool dude, I like that. Good on him. Yes, he's like he's like a role model of some sort." It's like, dude, he's actually. Look, I'm not saying this to be derogatory. He's clinically retarded. You can see, I don't have to be a psychologist. I don't have to have any degree to tell you that guy is clinically retarded, and he's being used. DMAC actually says, "I dig you, Avi. You dropped your video too early."
I get it now. I know what DMAC means, because that video that you put out dropped like a half an hour or so before I usually do my live. And that was a catalyst. That video was a catalyst for me then to go on to the Chris Covery's New South Wales streamer show and you know, debate or whatever it was. I was just giving my opinion.
Well, we'll watch that a bit later. Well, DMAC, I appreciate that you dig me, because I tend to get more hate from Rukshan's channel than I do on my own. But nowadays Rukshan gets hate because of me, so it's all worth it. It's all fun.
People are saying my audio is a little bit funny, so
now it's off. No, it's off. Let me just make sure there's nothing in my settings here as well, because I was playing with that the other day. No, there's nothing. You gone? Maybe it's better with your mic off. I like how you got a fancy light on your audio. Oh, whoa. Oh, what's happening? No, no. I didn't think your audio was that bad. Somebody says Rukshan's chat is less toxic than Avi's chat. This place is the place to be. If my chat's toxic, we might need to get the moderators on this. So tonight's show is going to be just basically us looking at Rukshan. We can't hear you. You're gone, mate. You're right. Oh, there we go. He's coming back. Well, Rukshan, what are we going to do? We'll wait for him to call back in. So in the meantime, make sure to hit the like button on whatever platform you're watching. Hit the like to help the algorithm. Share the stream. And if you haven't done so already, subscribe to whatever channel you're watching this on, whatever platform. We've got about 2,000 people here. Guys, I want it to jump up, so make sure to share it while Rukshan's getting ready to come back. Oh, here we go. He's calling back in. I just didn't see it. Sorry. You back?
Yeah, I just thought I'd call back. Just if there's any issues, it's better.
A lot of the chat was saying probably better if you didn't come back, but that's cool. Let's quickly do these super chats.
Super Suki, thanks again. He seems to be actually insane. I mean, that's another way of looking at him, of course.
Yeah. I think it might be a mix of both insanity and a level of retardation. Somebody call
another one from Bassline Benny. Thanks, mate. Nazi hire. Look, we'll talk about this later, but evidence-wise, it's really hard to prove that as well. Like, it's unless you want to just be.
They're definitely
things up.
They're definitely associated. Yeah. They know each other. They knew exactly who they are. And they share an ideology. That's why he was on that neo-Nazi podcast, because and it was just, honestly, it was like a really bizarre interview where at one point they were like, so I guess you're white supremacist. So do you support, deporting all of, and he's like, yeah, we should deport. And he goes, but what about you? Would you want to go back to Africa, or would you want to stay in Australia? And he's like, well, I would want to stay in Australia. It's like, dude, actually, and you know what? It wasn't as like it didn't come out as smoothly as I just paraphrased there. Like, it was just so crazy. We got here. What do we got? Good Storm.
Thanks again for the super chat. Don't get me wrong, not defending black guy's actions, but guy seems simple and just wants friends, and they are using him. He is definitely in that category where, if you wanted to, people could take advantage of someone like that. And that's more than possible, and it could be the most simplest of actions that leads him to feel comfortable in doing something, what is, effectively retarded, doing that for someone on their behest. So, he's in that category for sure.
What do we got here?
Thanks again. Chance RV wants to come do some streeters in Wagga Wagga.
What are the streeters that I can do in Wagga Wagga? It's got to be valuable for the drive. Is there an angle in Wagga Wagga that makes it worth coming down there? In fact, one of our rebels. Oh no, sorry, I'm getting country towns confused. Not Wagga Wagga. In fact, I actually once, many years ago, I went door to door doing AAPT, and it was actually in Western Sydney. We were based in Parramatta, but then we did a trip once to Wagga Wagga.
Yeah.
And kid you not, one of the guys came back with no shoes. And we're like, dude, what? Like, we're staying in a caravan park there, and we're like, dude, what happened to your shoes? We're like door knocking AAPT. He got jumped at one of the houses by local First Nations people. I guess that was a welcome to country in Wagga Wagga. So yeah, got great experience in Wagga Wagga. Where by the sounds of it, I might need Daniel. But what are the streeters we could do there? I would definitely consider it. Might try get that guy's shoes back.
Thanks, Spartan UK, for the super chat. Keep up the great work from the UK. We're going through a very hard time in the UK.
Yep.
For sure.
Yeah,
we're seeing that happening. Obviously, we've got the anti-immigration protests based on the fact that illegal immigration, I would say, I'd put it not anti-immigration. It's a lot of it's against illegal immigration and the asylum seekers who are coming, staying in these hotels, and a lot of them actually committing crimes, Avi, and going on TikTok, making TikToks, making fun of the British people as well, mocking them, and the police and the state in that country, of course, supporting these individuals, turning a blind eye to all of it, as well as at the same time we have a lot of censorship happening where I think in the UK,
what are you talking about? Keir Starmer said they've always had free speech.
That's true. He did say that.
But yeah, I obviously, back when I worked for Tommy, I was in the UK a lot. And I'll be there probably soon as well. And just watching Tommy, even Tommy's story is just, it opens your eyes to what our future is going to be if we don't stop. We're heading in that direction. We are heading there.
Yeah.
It's interesting because if you look at like immigration numbers, for example, I think, because I looked at it the other day, I'm pretty sure like in 2000 and I think it was 2007, the UK were about where we are in, you know, current Islamic populations.
Yeah.
And now they got the fourth. Like now they've just exploded. They got they're number 4 in Europe in Islamic immigration by numbers.
Yeah.
Like you know, number 1 is Russia because of all those territories that they've got a bunch of Muslim territories, but that's just like insane. So if we don't think about it now, then everything that we see happening in Europe, in the UK, that we would consider negative here, is going to happen here, and we're starting to see it already. Like the patterns are coming out, and I do fear that the UK is a bit too far gone.
It is too far gone.
It's gone that far that now Keir Starmer, so the Labour Party, is starting to speak like how the almost what was considered the fringe right, like UKIP was 10 years ago. And they were condemned for, you know, a lot of the rhetoric 10 years ago. It's exactly what Keir Starmer's finally saying. So it's, you know, the conversation around that, whilst it's, I guess I can't think of a better word than defamed, but while anybody who dares to bring it up is condemned by the media and delegitimized and labeled a racist or whatever, fast forward 10, 15, 20 years, well, that's like, I think that would have been, we're at the same numbers about, almost 20 years ago. You'll see the left talking like that, or at least the centre left, like the establishment left, they will 100% change their tone in 20 years when the majority of Aussies realise what has happened. And they're angry about it. All right, last super chat and let's get on to the stories, yeah?
Yeah, Super Suki, thanks again. Old cheese and a big Jewish population. I've lost track of the.
What were we talking about? Hold on, I'll go look at the last comment. About what we can do in Wagga Wagga. Old cheese and a big Jewish population. I don't think there's even a Jew in Wagga. There probably is. There's probably a bunch of Israelis. Let's look. Let's just. How many Jews in Wagga?
We're all waiting with bated breath.
Let's see if ChatGPT crashes out. There are no public.
Someone's asking me about my foot. My foot is good, guys. I'm walking around now. I'm pretty much 95% healed.
There's no publicly available showing specific Jewish population for Wagga in the ABS census data for 2021 or earlier. The ABS does not report Judaism separately unless numbers given location is sufficiently large. So, anyways, I'd guess there's probably like a few Israelis that got stuck there one time on a backpacking trip. 30 to 80 Sharia courts in the UK. Yeah, I saw that. That's actually come up this week a fair bit. Even Nigel Farage, I think, may have posted it. Well, me and Nigel once went head to head. I was half pissed. He made me wait till the end of his. Do you remember that? His show in Melbourne.
Yeah.
And then I Yeah, and I interviewed him at the end of it, and because I don't know about you, but I just can't handle Nigel Farage events. They're so pompous and annoying. It's all about how great he is, and it's not like, it's kind of in an icky way, not like Trump. Trump, like, it's fun and funny. Nigel, it's like he's like on stage blowing smoke up his own ass for like an hour and a half, but not in a funny way. I know Trump does it, but it's engaging and funny. With Nigel, it's pompous. And then so then I went upstairs. I was with Sydney Watson, and we went up to the rooftop because we were invited as media there. Went up to the rooftop. There was a bar. I got hammered, just waiting. And then at the end, the media was like, there was like a VIP thing at the end, and the media was invited to interview Farage, and I was the first one, and I started asking him about, I think I even asked him about Tommy, and I asked him about this, and he cracked it when I asked him, you know, something about Islam. I can't remember, like, it was, you know, and I was half pissed, and he cracked it and stormed off and wouldn't do any other interviews. And then I remember, there's the Unshackled or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were really cranky at me for getting. I'm like, dude, he stomped off. He could have just like not he could have finished the interview with me, like ended that, and then gone and talked to the other ones. But he just cracked.
I think I think it's just because he's. I know there's lots of people watching from the UK, but I think it's because he's British. And he's got that kind of British aristocracy type elitism that we sense in Australia.
No,
Brits might not feel it. Maybe I know Brits also criticize him, but he can't do Trump like Trump does.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, like I've interviewed Douglas Murray. I've spoken, you know, Tommy doesn't have that. Like they're more down, and Tommy and the difference between Tommy and Douglas is not ideology, although on some issues they're very different. But let's say on the core issues that they're really passionate about, they actually and the parts that that Tommy got demonized for, Douglas isn't, just because he says it in a much more pompous way, like an upper class, whereas Tommy's like a football hooligan is saying what Douglas. But Douglas was always cool, like he's real good to talk to, whereas when I talk to Nigel, you get the feeling of peasant down there.
That's what I meant.
I can't do the British accent, but you don't get that from Douglas, even though he speaks in the same posh accent. Super says, thanks again for the super chat, says about 1,200 Jews, Wagga area, Riviera. All right, that's interesting. That's a lot. I did not think that there was that much. I don't know if you're kidding me. That seems like more than I'd want in my area. Jokes. And we're allowed to be anti-Semitic to ourselves. All right, let's move on to the first story of the evening. Let's just start with this little nugget.
The Victorian government will soon roll out machete drop boxes in the latest measure to tackle the state's surging knife crime. Starting in September, people will have the opportunity to dispose of the weapons before a harsh crackdown goes into effect. Jack Perry has more.
In the wake of surging knife crime across Victoria, the state government and police are introducing machete drop boxes in the hope of getting edged weapons off the streets. Starting from September 1, disposal bins will be installed at 45 police stations across Victoria for people to drop off their edged weapons as part of a 2-month amnesty period.
An opportunity for all Victorians to play their part in removing machetes from our streets.
Those who don't comply could face up to 2 years in prison or get slapped with a fine of more than $47,000. The heavy-duty steel boxes are roughly 900mm by 1200mm in size, with a 70mm concrete base to ensure they are secure and have feet to allow for safe removal.
If you're going to carry those things, it's against the law unless you've got a lawful purpose. There's no reason to be carrying a kitchen knife around the city.
Some have praised the decision, but others say it's too little too late.
Start getting it in penalties and start locking the recidivist youth criminal up, and that's what makes the community safe, not handing in a machete by the honest person.
Last year, Victoria Police seized more than 14,000 edged weapons off the streets. This year, police say it's on track to surpass that amount.
The penalties are serious and significant. but so too is the injury and damage that knife crime is doing to too many families.
The disposal boxes are set to be put in place on September 1. I'll have the full details tonight at 5 p.m.
Firstly, I just want to point out, it looks like the Kiwis are just taking over because the reporter's a Kiwi, the new police commissioner's a Kiwi.
The great replacement.
This is the great replacement that's happening here.
We just didn't know it was the Kiwis taking Australia.
Yeah. What a joke. What a joke.
Man, like this is like I posted this story and some of the comments from people were like, "Oh, is this like a parody? Is this like a Babylon Bee article?" Because it does seem quite ridiculous, and this government has almost made like every Victorian like a criminal, like hand in your machetes. And
but it's like, but like the point that former homicide detective said, it's like, who will hand in the machetes? It's just honest people, and
exactly.
So it's not even like a firearm. It's not like people are going out. Like it's just such a weird thing. And you know what I actually want to see happen? I want to see like one of those African gangs stealing one of those things, just because I want to see it.
Well, they've already said they've made it like you can't take it because the base is very heavy.
But that's why I feel like it's a challenge. Yeah, I feel like it's a challenge.
It's a challenge. They're inviting people to try to do this, and like to your point, Avi, by the average person that has a machete at home never bought the machete as a weapon. They bought it as a tool, whether to use in the kitchen, for instance, or to use in the garden, or other outdoor activities, or when they go camping, whatever, right? So people bought it for that purpose. Not vast majority of people, 99% of people that bought a machete bought it for that purpose, and they didn't buy it like a weapon when you go and buy a gun, to go hunting or to protect yourself or whatever. If we go back to that time during the gun buyback. So, like you said, that detective, whatever the former detective said, it's effectively just good Victorians who just use it for the purpose that it was made for, really, a machete, in a safe, controlled environment. They're the ones who are being criminalized essentially to go hand in the machetes, and they're the ones that will. And the police are talking tough, like all these criminals are going to suddenly turn up and start dropping in their machetes because that's what criminals do apparently. It's like the criminals definitely kept their guns during the gun buyback. Like the ones that wanted to keep their guns, they kept them, and it's the same thing that's going to happen here. These machetes will be dropped off. Yes, there'll be less machetes in circulation because most people will. Good Victorians, law-abiding people will unfortunately listen to all of this and hand it in because they don't want to be hit with a $46,000 fine from the government. Insane. And the people that will be left with the machetes are the criminals. I mean, and even if it's not machetes, there'll be something else.
It's just such a weird thing to ban as well because, look, I don't even believe banning firearms because the only people right now that have firearms are criminals, and they have a lot of them. In fact, we're seeing daily shootings in Melbourne and Sydney. So the only people left after the buyback with guns are actual criminals, and we're left here to wait for police to clean up the mess after the fact. People can't even... But put that to the side. Like, machetes are not designed for... even self-defense. Like it's a tool that's either gardening. Like there's a bunch of different purposes that you could use a machete for, that people have machetes for, that are legitimate. And it's like, it's not like it's literally not the machete committing the crime. And you're telling me what these people that want to go around chopping people, hurting people, you think they can't get a different edged weapon, like they can't get a knife, or they can't get, what are you going to do, ban kitchen knives, or they can't get a baseball bat, a cricket bat? Like literally, I just, and they're not giving up their machetes. They're still going to have machetes. So add another charge to their rap sheet that they're getting out on anyways. Like I interviewed, and that's coming out on Monday, the shocking story of that guy that got chopped up in Altan, and like the story is shocking, and hearing him tell it is like hard to listen to because it's just like so real, and you hear the pain that he went through and just everything up until the point that he was kind of left there alone to basically die with a dangling hand, and then after it, just like his whole life is shattered.
Yep.
But it's not even the machete. Like, ban the machetes? Cool. What now? Like, you're not, and that happened after the ban of like sales. It made zero difference. It was like days after it. What's her name? Let's also hear. Let's Jacinta put up a video
On the
of her.
1st of September,
Let's just hear.
when the ban on machetes takes place, we are rolling out through Victoria Police at 24/7 police stations the safe disposal bins. These will be at locations right across the state. They'll be locations where people can come and lawfully dispose of any machete that they may already have at one of these bins safely and securely. And we've done this because we want to get these knives off the streets, because these knives destroy lives.
Even her description of it, these knives, like, don't you understand how silly that sounds? I feel like Benji filmed that. It had the artistic kind of...
I think, like, it makes sense if the government is going ahead with this to give Victorians the ability to hand in their machetes in a convenient manner. Like, that makes sense. I think we're more criticizing the fact that this is obviously... the policy, it's ineffectiveness, because let's say after the 30th of November, everyone, supposedly has handed back their machetes, and you have then crimes committed with machetes. Well, did the machete, disposal scheme work? Has it made a difference? Or let's say all the machetes, let's just say we live in this perfect world, all the criminals, all the African gangs and all the other gangs turned up and lined up orderly while they're being filmed by the CCTV cameras, and they put the machetes back. What's stopping them, like you said, getting a different weapon and committing crimes? If this goes on, what incentive?
They're not dealing with the problem.
Exactly, you're not dealing with the problem. I did hear on the radio the government was telling the parents of those kids to take the machetes and put it into the bins, like almost like that's the problem. Like, all of this focus on.
Good afternoon. We begin this Thursday.
This is where we get things wrong. Like, it's the main focus of this government has been on the machete, when the issue with this gang violence and the demographics committing these crimes is the actual real problem that needs to be addressed. It's just insane, and Victorians are laughing at this, and a lot of people are just calling out the government.
Not just Victorians. I think around the world.
Around the world, of course.
Let's read some of the super chats on this story specifically.
King of Corn, thanks for the super chat. Machetes just grow legs in Victoria.
It's true, isn't it?
And it's like, there's no way. Like, at least with the guns, I believe the guns are. Correct me if I'm wrong. Most guns were registered at the point that people purchased them.
No, back then, was it? I don't know if they were.
I don't know. There must have been something for some of the weapons, at least.
I don't know. I don't know if back then they were.
Were they freely sold? Were they? Maybe in farming purposes.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It may
That's
have been.
Why I said, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I don't know.
What my point was, most people that bought machetes just go to like a Bunnings or a Big W, Kmart, whatever. Wherever they're selling machetes, they just buy one. There's no registry of how many machetes there are out there in the public. So even for the government to measure the effectiveness of this is almost impossible when it relates to the crime that will be committed with these machetes.
Bro, I rented a house once, and when I got into the house, like, there was a machete, kind of like...
display?
No, not display. Like, it was wedged in between a bar table. Like, it was... And so my question would be, like, what if that situation happened to me, and then police got called one night to our house for some reason, and they stumbled upon this machete I didn't even know was there. Because machetes not like guns. Like a lot of houses just have machetes.
Well, I mean, now that we have the incentive for Victoria Police to issue $47,000 fines or whatever, what's the first thing that they're going to look for when they go to someone's house over a drug bust or whatever it is? They're going to go to the kitchen and see if there's a machete, because that's instantly the way to get someone. So look, it might make criminals not keep machetes at home, but they'll find other ways to keep these machetes for sure.
Yeah. What was I on? There we go. Read it.
Roshi Sanderson, thanks for the super chat. Can't wait for all the crimes that can't be investigated.
Yeah, investigated, because they're hunting machetes, I reckon. Yeah, you're probably right. They'll probably look at it because it's worth a lot of money.
Super Suki, I'll take Jews over another Muslim temple. Big gold waste or taxed. The one in Griffith is absolutely obnoxious. I think he's talking about
mosques to synagogues.
In Wagga, maybe.
Yeah, maybe. Look, a lot of people are worried about area, the change of, you've talked about this a lot, different areas that the population makeup changes and the area completely changes for people. I think that's a concern for a lot of people. I get a lot of emails about people saying that they're, something's opening up in their area to attract certain groups, ethnic groups, which they feel like they're becoming a minority within their own communities. And again, look at the UK. That is exactly what happened in the UK in certain areas. You can't even walk in certain areas because it's, as a white British person. So I understand people's fear of that, and it's legitimate, and we shouldn't shut down the conversation when people voice that natural concern. Like, I understand it.
Yeah, it's natural for sure. D-Mac, sleeping safe knowing these bins are out there. Yeah, guys, Victoria, now that we got the bins out there, D-Mac, great comment. Now that the bins are out there, there's 40 of them. They're everywhere, all across the state. We are a lot safer at night now. Less likely to be attacked and robbed, especially with a machete. They might have something else though. They might have a hammer or, like Avi said, a cricket bat, but they won't have a machete when they rob you and want to fight each other on.
I can't wait till they have like cricket bins. Yeah.
Varun, thanks for the super chat. Please, Black Nazi, hand in your
100%. Good point.
King of Corn, thanks, mate. Ban hoodies because criminals wear them. That's true.
Same point. Like ban air, they breathe it.
Super Suki, so you're a butcher, not in Victoria. You're not.
I think it comes down to the size of the knife to what they are declaring as a machete.
Yeah.
Look, you can get permits for all these exemptions, but if you're a butcher, I don't know what size knife you need, but I imagine you need some pretty big knives that you would need, and that would probably fit the. It would probably fit the thing.
I do know a lot of, like, a machete is a normal thing in an Asian household because they need to
chop someone up,
like chop sometimes, but chop up the coconuts and break apart coconuts and stuff. So they might have to come with another type of tool to do that.
True.
Like that's what machetes I've seen most of my life growing up. Machetes often used for breaking apart coconuts, for instance, in an efficient manner. Or if you travel overseas, Bali or something,
you always see them. No, that's
coconuts, and they'll chop it in half like that. It's very effective for that purpose. But
does anyone know what else you can use to open a coconut? Like, it would have to be just a small, sharp knife, I guess. But you do, like when you travel in Asia, it's always a machete that they've got for that. And there'd be a lot of people that's what they do. Or, like, I don't know how many people, but it's just one example. I'm sure there's more domestic examples that people have where they have just always used a machete to do a specific job. Or a knife that would fit under the criteria, because I think it's the length of it. Certain meats, definitely you need a knife that size. So forget about if you're a butcher. Because a butcher, you could probably get an exemption. I think for work, you can get an exemption. Yes, it's another pain in the ass, more bureaucracy, more government thing. Fine. But what if you're just a domestic person that does your own meat, does your own, has coconuts, or has, like, that you need this size knife? It's just so ridiculous. And what if you just don't know? And the thing is, like, what if you don't realize? And then you end up getting in trouble for something completely irrelevant. Police end up in your house for whatever other reason. And what if the other charges end up getting dropped, whatever, or they're just insignificant? And then, they love to charge stack, especially if they're trying to get you onto something. They find this knife that you've been using to cut your... It's such a concern. Like, imagine COVID came back around. Imagine COVID era, and they were coming into houses, and boom, they got you on a machete, lock up.
Exactly. I mean, there's lots of... Knowing that this is the state of Victoria, we are definitely going to see incidents of just innocent people that had no idea of any of this getting caught up in this and ending up either in the courts or on a current affair or something like this because of excessive machete-related fines from the state government. And they will fine you. Don't get me wrong. The Victorian government will 100% definitely fine you and come after you because they love nothing more than revenue raising of these type of schemes.
I'm just looking up because of the last comment. What is it? So you can read it. Let's just see.
This is from Jimmel. Thanks, mate. Hi, guys. Do you think the Harbour Bridge March will go ahead against orders? There is a lot of support I'm seeing from obviously the activist class and the left. Some on the right as well, talking about the right to protest. Not pushing for this to go ahead, but legitimately saying that people should do this regardless of whatever order there is. So I'm not sure. We did this on the last episode of the Opposition podcast, where we went through it, but there might have been some developments because they did take it to the court, didn't they?
Well, yeah, it's being heard tomorrow at 12:30 p.m.
Yeah.
And look, the last time they went to court over a protest, and I think it was the same group. Yes, it was the same group because it was over. It was for a different issue. It was over protesting on the anniversary of October 7, they won. So it'll be interesting to see if tomorrow they win. I understand the freedom of speech argument that I'm hearing, especially the libertarians make. I agree with the freedom of speech, especially if there's no incitement to violence or whatever. I think they just need to crack down on that stuff. But put that aside, I agree with the freedom of speech, but I also don't think freedom of speech gives you the right to block the entire city. Like I think because otherwise, I don't get the argument that those libertarians are making, because what do they support then? The Extinction Rebellion blocking the streets all like every morning to do their little shtick.
I think they would ideologically because of the way that they view these type of issues.
But that's what I think that there's got to be a balance.
I think this will come down to numbers. If they have the numbers in terms of on the day, let's say that this doesn't happen, and on the day there's just overwhelming numbers, watch. I think the police will most likely buckle because they would not want a confrontation with that larger crowd, and I think that's what it's building up to. I feel like so, regardless of what the decision is. They will want to 100% get that symbolic march across the
I don't know. So I'm okay. So I'm saying if the police win the case, that is not going over the Harbour Bridge.
Well, let's see.
That's my prediction. But my other prediction is that they might come to a settlement, an agreement of sorts.
Well, it depends on the organizers, yes. It definitely depends on the organizers. I think if the organizers turn up and, from hearing them talking about this issue previously, if they ignore the court orders for whatever reason and are happy to get fined or whatever happens for breaking this thing, people will do that march. So look, it might come down to the organizers for sure.
So it has been shut down before for the March of Reconciliation. This is their argument. Marathons, World Pride, and to allow Hollywood actor Ryan Gosling to shoot part of his film, The Fall Guy. And so that's compelling. Like, it happens. The only problem is, so what are you saying? Are you saying that this is a one-off, like all those separate, like you got 1, 2, 3... 4 events, 4 different scenarios in which, and I think their argument was they had much more time to plan it, but put that to the side. You're not arguing for a one-off event. You're arguing it's your right to do it, which means you can do it every week.
Yep.
And that's...
it's possible this becomes an every week thing.
I think if they win, I can't see why they wouldn't do it. They would do it to make the point. Which then comes down to the argument of, do you think Extinction Rebellion has the right every day to stop traffic coming for people to get into work? Because that's what they do, and then the police do come in at some point and take them down. They drag them away, they arrest them, they charge them, and sometimes in fact, I think the big one in Sydney where they arrested all those Extinction Rebellion, they all got off. So they legally could do it, but in theory, do the libertarians support the fact that the idea that a group of agitators and protesters that have no job that have made it their life mission to stand for whatever cause to disrupt the entire city, the entire country,
Well,
the
maybe,
entire...
yeah. We'll get one of these libertarians on, maybe see what happens after next week after the protest.
All right,
See
I like it. Let's see what happens. Watch this space, I guess. Oh, well, that was that one. Sorry. Thank you for the super chat. And guys, if you super chat, you can actually direct our discussion onto something that we didn't even think of bringing up.
Betsy, thanks for the super chat. I like the assumption crimes are going to follow the law. Look forward to one less tool to defend myself. And that's the point as well. I mean, there is a case to be made that you could have used a machete in your house to defend yourself in a certain situation. Now that option is gone as well. And the criminals, of course, they'll still come into your house with a machete. So you can't have guns in Australia to defend yourself. You can't have pepper spray. You can't have machetes. You can't have It's just going to be everything's going to be blunt instruments eventually that you can have in your own house that can't do any type of harm to anyone. But the criminals, of course, will have all manner of weapons.
Yep. Thanks for that super chat. What do we got here? Ellen knows.
Ellen, thanks for the super chat. It's not worth opening a business. No incentives. Generally in Victoria, yes, it's pretty crappy state to do business in, especially for small businesses. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, that is true. That's been like that for a long time.
Daniel Zimmerman, thanks for the super chat. Good people break bad laws. Topher Field, I think that's one of Topher's...
and even better people block Topher on social... No, I'm joking. We love Topher.
One of Topher's old accounts trying to shill his book. But
he's trying to sell it.
Go get that book.
Go get Topher's book, guys. Thanks for the super chat, Topher.
Or the neighbor's cat.
What was that? I've got to keep up with their...
We've got to keep up with Super Suki because they do multiple super chats and then lose our train of thought.
Super Suki, so you're a butcher, not in Victoria. Oh, to kill you.
We don't. I don't think we butcher cats here, do we?
No. No, there's rules against that. In fact, I used to be in support of butchering cats until I had one, and then now I like cats.
Equity, thanks for the super chat. Labor kitchen cutlery buyback in 2027.
Yeah, I don't know why you're laughing. I could see the blue bin being.
I'm laughing because it's realistic. It's actually possible. King of Corn, show me the man, I'll show you the crime.
Yeah.
True. And Michael Thorpe, thanks for the super chat. If a Harbour Bridge protest turned into a riot, an extremely dangerous confined space. I think that's one of the other concerns as well. Controlled, marches where there's nothing kind of antagonistic happening. A lot of these marches you've seen, these protests, there is some type of, certain issues with people getting angsty with the police and so on. And obviously on the bridge itself, people could. It's not a completely safe environment. So I think that's what the police mean when they need to plan something like that to make it more safe for people. But potentially, if they could do something quickly, I don't know. I don't know the logistics behind making that place safe.
Yeah, I wouldn't know, but it's probably something the police are considering in their arguments. It'll be interesting to see how it actually plays out. I'll be following it at 12:30 tomorrow. Probably a super fast hearing, so I reckon we'd know by 1:30 what the deal is. And I'd say if police win it, they're going to issue a very stern warning, and there will be mass numbers of police, all like COVID times, because they're going to want to enforce it. They're going to ensure that no one comes anywhere close to that, so that they, so it ensures that. Otherwise, it's a massive embarrassment to the government and the police. The fact that you fought it, won it, and then didn't enforce it. They're going to have to enforce it if they win it. Guarantee.
Yep.
But I don't know if they're going to win it. I don't know.
Abby,
Wow.
how are you doing, Abby? Thanks for joining in again. Abby, you're always watching our shows. We really appreciate it. My last super chat was blocked. Who knew they did that? Wow. Oh,
what?
He said, wow.
Who blocked your super chat? This is anti-Semitic. That is anti-Semitism.
If YouTube took the money as well.
Thanks for the super chat. Abby, we love having you on. You're one of our most loyal ones. I feel like I know you already from your super chats.
And we got J11. The FBI setting up offices in New Zealand, soon to be in Australia. What say you?
All right. You're already ahead of us on the thing, so might as well use that as the segue.
In breaking news, the FBI Director Kash Patel has announced the American agency is opening a dedicated law enforcement office across the ditch in New Zealand. Let's go live to our correspondent, Jack Nyhoff. Jack, what's behind the move there?
Well, Karen, from the perspective of the Americans at least, they've clearly stated it's about combating China's influence in the Pacific. New Zealand, of course, a Five Eyes partner, and this move by America is part of a broader push for the FBI to strengthen its presence in all the partner nations. Nations like New Zealand, Australia, Canada, and of course the UK as well. The FBI will work with local authorities here in New Zealand from this new Wellington office to combat things like organised crime, drug smuggling, fraud, and of course cybercrime as well. The office will focus on the broader region though: Antarctica, Samoa, Niue, the Cook Islands and Tonga. Here's the FBI Director Kash Patel speaking earlier.
Shows the world that the FBI is actually prioritizing a permanent presence across all Five Eyes countries. And here in New Zealand, we had not had that until this historic moment. Some of the most important global issues of our times are the ones that New Zealand and America work on together. Countering the CCP in the Indo-PACOM theater, countering the narcotics trade, working against cyber intrusions and ransomware operations.
Thoughts?
Look, I said it as a joke. Really, some people took it seriously and thought, Rukshan, you take the crazy. But look, I said as a joke, maybe the FBI has established this office in New Zealand to keep tabs on Australia because we are becoming a vassal state of the CCP under the Albanese Labor government. Like,
is New Zealand any better?
Are very concerning. I don't think New Zealand's any better, but perhaps, they've decided New Zealand's a good place to kind of keep tabs on everything. Because look, China is operating in the area, and
it is very much about China. This is about China.
Yeah. The assessment is not wrong, but I think there's legitimate concerns and fears from people as well because, FBI, right? Federal Bureau of Investigation. It's a federal agency in the US to do with state, crimes across state lines. Now it's turned into this kind of the international organization where they're setting up field offices in their partner countries to tackle international crime gangs and maybe.
Yeah, I wouldn't have thought that. I was wondering if they had jurisdiction.
Yeah, usually I thought it was a CIA kind of more global, but it's interesting, like they've set up this field office in New Zealand. It's an attaché office, whatever that means. And it's true, like, we don't know what this actually could lead to. And I know he's actually, I don't think it was reported here, Avi, they've actually met with an Australian a politician as well. So there's been a secret meeting that's happened during this time, I believe. I think I just saw that before I came on this show. So
maybe they're going to arrest Albo.
Maybe they're going to arrest Albo, or maybe there's something lined up for Australia as well. And look, I know we already have military links with the US and we have troops stationed in different areas and things like this. And we don't need to, it's not like the CCP installing a police branch in our, in one of our countries. It's one of our allies, like a Five Eyes partner. All of that is true. But people do get concerned about what jurisdiction they have. Is it on locals in New Zealand? Like, can the FBI just extradite people now from New Zealand to America? Like, how does this all work? And even if that's not the case right now, will laws and legislation be adjusted to allow for these organizations to operate in this manner? For sure, I'm definite that right now there's boundaries, and this is more of a communication post. But it does raise concerns about where this is going. And as these organizations like the FBI try to become more internationalized and establish offices everywhere else, they are going to want to grow their access to local information, right? If they're looking into local crimes as potential criminal activity that could be related to activity that's happening in the United States of America, they're going to want to have access to local data in a manner of policing locals in the country, or maybe even monitoring locals. So all that is, of course, a great concern when we consider this story.
Yeah. So what was it? That was J11. Yeah. That's what we say. Thanks for the super chat.
Thanks for the super chat, mate.
What have we got here? Spartan is back.
In the UK, you're not allowed to have or carry anything for self-defense. That's why we at Krav Maga, you can instant arm like using a chair or walking strike. You're an expert on Krav Maga. You can.
I used to have the Krav Maga gyms. When I say I'm an expert, I was an expert at selling classes to them. I've done very minimal Krav Maga. I did it in the army, but yeah, listen, Krav Maga is designed for that. It's like dirty street fighting, really, what it is, for self-defense, and it teaches you that. But all of that, you know, like if you talk to even your best Krav Maga guys, the best self-defense technique that they'll teach you is to run. Like, it's never worth engaging with someone with a knife. Often a knife or a machete can be more dangerous, an edge weapon, than a firearm. So it is insane that in countries like Australia and like the UK, where it is getting much more dangerous, that we are left defenseless. And our only option in the time, like the guy that I'm about to interview, that I interviewed today, is after the fact. The police come to clean up the mess instead of, they're never going to be, like, police cannot be there, cannot be everywhere all the time. So then they're more of, like, most of the time, they're responding to an incident after the attack has happened. So the person is left defenseless, and we are. And in the UK, they are as well. It's just, and it's only parts of America, I guess, and to be honest, Israel, you can, if you're a decent person, you can get a firearm too for self-defense. So, yeah, I would. There is no appetite in Australia, or I don't think even in the UK, to let people have firearms for self-defense, which saddens me, because I feel like more and more we need it. But even things like pepper spray, like legalizing that, is the very basic I think we need.
Yeah. DMAC, how's this going to work with APAC? Yeah, so I think this is related to the
what is it?
The FBI office being set up.
What's
APAC? Isn't that the Asia Pacific?
Oh,
or one of the agreements that we have. I'll just tell you the exact. It's the region, yeah.
Listen, I think it's definitely the US is showing more interest in the Asia Pacific. They're worried about the rise of China. They should be worried about the rise of China. I think that's got their main. I'm just guessing, but I would think that that's their main objective, their targets in all of this, and even just presence.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can understand people worried.
But you would think that's more of a military presence. I mean, how much crime is there that's happening? That's
I'm
so connected like that. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, what is their jurisdiction? I really thought it was.
But this is an attaché office, so this is just one of their FBI, handlers will be hanging out in New Zealand to make communications easier. I don't think they have any jurisdiction per se right now. But it was originally established as the Federal Bureau of Investigation for state matters across different states in the United States of America. So,
which that's like the whole difference between. So the FBI.
Okay, so I looked it up. A number of U.S. federal laws give the FBI authority to investigate extraterritorial criminal and terrorist activity. The FBI, however, conducts investigations abroad only when invited by the host country.
So it is a bit confusing. Anyways,
yeah, it's kind of like a U.S. version of Interpol in the region. I guess it's something like this they want to set up, possibly.
Yeah. J11 says U.S. election interference, FBI, Five Eyes.
Yeah, I mean, the whole Russia collusion hoax, you're inviting into your country an organization, if you listen to Donald Trump and what they're talking about, Kash Patel himself investigating the FBI. Like right now, you have to understand, the FBI, people might be like, oh, it's great, it's under Kash Patel, it's under Donald Trump's control.
But
when the Democrats had control of the FBI, what did they do? They according to Trump himself and Kash Patel, they used the power of the FBI to corrupt the elections in the United States of America. So is this really the kind of organization?
They definitely
that
do
you want
nefarious
on your shores?
things. So, like right now, you might like them. Then that's what you got to think about when you approach any new legislation. It's like, great, you might be happy with it now. What are the consequences? What and apply that also to the protests. Like when we're talking about stopping protests on the Harbour Bridge, what are the potential effects in the future? Like if it was something, I don't know, we keep going back to this, but like COVID protests, like if they want to protest on the Harbour Bridge, I don't know, in another sort of scenario where there was COVID or where there was emergency powers, and now they have this precedence that you can't protest there. But again, I know the counter argument, I've put that forth before, is like, well, it was illegal to protest anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered. It was illegal to protest, and to be honest, they would have during COVID, the argument that the police are putting forward as to why they can't protest, I reckon would hold way less weight, because they're saying it's they need emergency services need to be able to get from the different places, but that's going to block it off in 6 hours. But during COVID, I don't think that's the only route you can go, and the only route you can go when there's every other road was open, like there was no one on the road. So
yeah.
But you've got to think about you do need to think about the negative, the ways that legislation can be used and abused, because more often than not, the reason that they're putting forward any legislation, and like you look at the social media legislation, a lot of the stuff that the eSafety is doing now, the intention could be good, but like, let's pretend it's not nefarious. Let's pretend that they're putting forward let's just pretend for argument's sake here that they're putting forward the under 16 ban or whatever ban, just for they're really trying to protect children, right? More often than not, it's going to get used and abused to stop something that the government of the day wants to stop. And you saw that again in COVID when it came to counter-terrorism legislation. That's the big one. There was these counter-terrorism laws that were put in place after 9/11, after the Bali bombings, like after all these attacks, to track down and prevent terrorist attacks in Australia. And the thing is, yeah, they used a bit of it on those jihadis that they were tracking down, but so often it ended up being used, and in COVID especially, it was used to target everyday civilians who were actually standing up against the madness at the time. And they applied these crazy, intense COVID counterterrorism powers to fight those people, because they suddenly declared them under that thing.
Yeah, I think people have to feel like a lot of these laws and legislation is written in such a way it's up to interpretation. And then what you have is these sketchy legislators and lawyers who are working in the background with politicians and other administrative officials, and they're like, oh, well, remember that law that we had in relation to this? It's open-ended in this area. I think we could probably use this legally and apply it to this particular thing that we want to pass now. And that's literally what they do.
And they're
So
often
that's this happens.
purposely vague.
Yeah.
They're often purposely vague, and that's the problem. That's why, who was it? It was a Kerry Packer who says, like, for every law you want to bring in, take down 10.
Yeah, I mean, Trump is of that idea as well.
Take out 10 bad ones that and then you can pass a new one. And I like that idea, because there's so many laws, and what happens is when police are going after somebody, I think that was the comment before, give me the person and I'll find you the crime. They can do that because there are so many laws that you do not realize you're breaking some often.
That's right.
Like nobody realizes. So what they end up doing is, like, when they get you in there, and again, we saw it in COVID, they charge stack you with all these unrelated things that you're like, holy crap, I didn't even realize that was breaking the rules, just so that they can pin you when they want to get you. So, and maybe you did do one thing wrong, but you're going to end up being held accountable for all these other things that are just overreach and abuse of the intention of the initial legislation. So that like the people who were actually doing it for good cause, who had genuine intentions. Chris is up.
Yeah, and I was going to say, Australia doesn't have like a Bill of Rights or these kind of fundamental protections enshrined where we can even turn to that. So it's even more open in this country that this type of legislation can be abused and used against the constituents in ways that were never intended, without protections that are non-existent for people.
Yep. Read these couple more super chats here quickly.
Yeah. Thank you, Laura. Thanks for the super chat. Is FBI going to investigate Jacinta's package? I think they'll need to bring in the whole field office from one of their states into New Zealand to even just start that particular investigation, because there's a lot to get through in investigating Jacinta's package. Maxine, thanks for the super chat. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. I see Chris is in here. Should we jump into that and then go back? Hold on, let me just see if there's any other important stories.
What were the other stories that we had?
Hold on. All right, let's just quickly finish the stories because there's not much. There's not much left that's super. Yeah, there's not much left. Let's quickly do this. Other headline today. It's just an update on this story. Giovanni Lalu. When I saw them arresting him, I'm like, that looks like an islander, and I think that is an islander last name. Adas Israel synagogue firebombing accused name. The man police alleged carried out the Adas Israel firebombing spoke only once in court, but nodded along with the magistrate's directions. Because you could see this video here, right? But he's not like, I think he's just a crim. I think he was just a gun for hire. That was him. So, they're saying now that they think it's actually got to do with the person that ordered it was actually the guy that's been running the tobacco wars firebombings, but politically motivated. I don't know if they're saying they're not making it clear that they're saying that he's doing it politically motivated, or he's been paid to organize it. Anyways, it's interesting. So, and that guy's in Iraq, Turkey or Iraq, one of the two.
Turkey,
the man,
I think there wasn't. I did notice, like when they charged this particular individual, the charges were around arson.
Yeah, they're not going the terrorism with him.
They don't go the terrorism route. So the police might have, when they looked into this individual, might have come to the conclusion that they don't really have evidence that this individual.
But it's funny because remember they warned, they go, come to us now because otherwise terrorism charges are on the table. So I wonder if there's something to that. Who knows? But he's charged with arson, recklessly engaging in conduct that placed police inside. That placed people inside in danger of death, and vehicle theft. Look, it's still those crimes carry very serious jail time. He did not seek bail and will remain in custody. Prosecutors sought an extended 12 weeks to prepare the brief. Blah blah blah. They got approved until October 3. Let's see if there's anything interesting in this update. There's one of the individuals. No, nothing there. Yeah, I don't see it. There's nothing really interesting in that. Oh, that's the update on that one, I guess. What are one of the other stories? There's two more quick stories I've got before we move on to you and Chris. Let's just look at this story.
To breaking news now coming in from Melbourne's north, and the city's underworld war has taken another deadly turn. Now let's go to the scene live with our reporter Paul Dowsley. Paul, good afternoon. A man's been shot and killed.
Yes, Tash, he is 22 years old. You can see behind me maybe the headlight of his BMW in the laneway behind the townhouses where he lives here in Wollert. That's his car, and he is laying dead next to it. There are bullet holes in the side door of the car. He has been shot and killed by assassins who drove past here about 9 o'clock this morning. People say that residents here say that's where he parks his car, so he comes and goes. There's some thought that maybe these people were laying in wait. The vehicle believed to have been involved, a four-wheel drive, has been recovered in Reservoir, also in northern Melbourne. Detectives also there looking for evidence to find the gunman. The twist here, there's a couple in fact, Tash. The first one is that this man is believed to have been, police believe, this was the shooter who killed the notorious underworld figure Sam the Punisher Abdul Rahim in a car park in Preston in January this year. Police had not charged anyone over that murder, but they believed that this man was responsible for that. The other twist is that the deceased man's father, we understand, is a serving police officer. That man is here, that's his father. His mother is also here, Tash, his girlfriend, we understand, also here. You can understand they are understandably inconsolable about this, given it's only happened in just the past few hours.
Wild story, but it goes to the point that you were saying, you know, remember guns were the buyback. Yeah. Guns were banned many years ago.
We've had this underworld problem in Melbourne going back decades, and this continuation, you know, of that similar theme. And this is obviously a space where it is very much an eye for an eye. There's hits out all the time on these individuals, especially the ones they say are linked to another, you know, particularly this individual has been linked to some other shooting. I thought it was interesting that, you know, the father is a police officer.
Yeah, that is wild. How does that work?
That's a bit wild, right? That's wild. And I think also the other part of this, Harvey, is really that these crimes happening in Melbourne. I believe this was next to a kindergarten or a childcare centre. So
it's all
obviously,
in it's very much in the north.
Yeah, this crime wave in Melbourne is, you know, we have so many fronts to it. We have the gangland crime. We have the machete crime that might be solved by these bins. We have the robberies. We have the car thefts. Obviously, we have you know, the anti-Semitic style attacks against businesses. We have the tobacco wars happening in Melbourne. So if you look at Victoria, this is an era of just crime out of control, and day to day, a lot of people, depending on, you know, which area you live in, will come across some type of criminal activity happening in your suburb. And, you know, Wollert is a fairly new suburb that's been established and growing in those outer suburbs, and already crime ridden. You know, Victoria is not getting any better as the years go on. It's actually just getting worse when it comes to this type of crime.
Yep, read the super chat. Let's go on. I actually got two quick stories.
Thanks, Laura. Guards 213 laws of Moses versus all controlling Shiza from ungodly govs. Jesus made them into two: love God and love your neighbor as yourself.
Preach, girl.
Definitely the last bit. It's very love your neighbor, of course, and as you love yourself.
Unless your neighbor's Rukshan, then don't love him.
Fundamental message, I think, of a lot of Christianity.
All right, quickly, let's hit this one.
Standing in the name of Senators Babet and Roberts. Senator Babet.
That business of the Senate notice of motion number 5 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Babet.
I move the motion.
So the question is that business of the Senate number 5, standing in the name of Senators Babet and Roberts, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
You can go to the end of it, I guess.
I don't know what this video I got up was.
So look, there was a vote, I guess, to. It was the day before Senator Babet put up this urgency motion to discuss a lot of the involvement of the e-safety commissioner in the most recent one, Avi, is where they want to get Google to do age verification for people to access Google accounts So, search engine accounts, not just Google, it could be Bing, it could be anything like this. So the fear is, and what was articulated by Senator Babet yesterday and many other senators in the Senate supported him, from One Nation to the Liberals who actually supported him as well. You could maybe find a video of the Liberals talking about it, as well as the Greens who supported him yesterday as well on that urgency motion to bring this matter to light. So today was another step in that by taking it to a process where there's like a committee, and you can further get the eKaren there, the safety commissioner, to come in front of that committee. You can have big tech come there and answer these questions and look at this particular code where they want to make these changes. But as you saw there, or towards the end of that video, they voted against it.
But narrowly, that's why they had to...
Narrowly, well, Labor were against it from the beginning. And the Greens, who were supporting it yesterday when the urgency motion came up, when push came to shove today during the vote, they actually sided with Labor. So that's what actually pushed it through.
But it is an interesting...
Green switching.
It's an interesting point that the Liberals who created this monster have now started slowly, I guess, to wake up to what they've created.
Look, it's definitely a space to watch, because I think it is a really important fight that's going on, similar to the fight that was had over the misinformation bill.
Yep.
I think last year or the year before. So this is not done and dusted yet, but for the moment, Labor has obviously won this battle, but the war is ongoing against this. And I think you will see the Liberals potentially continue to push back against it, because the more and more people learn about this, and again, thanks to people like Senator Babet from UAP, One Nation, thanks to these minor parties who have been pushing this now for years. You know this, Avi. It's taken this long to get the Liberals to come on side.
I'm glad Babet is doing something beyond viral. He's actually done some funny videos lately, to be honest. The one funny one that I saw him do was opening. He's done it for each one, but the green one was funny. Green. But like that, he's like just doing content.
Up to his social media game for sure. But look, he's having a satirical go at government, and that's always funny. And look, people do criticize. Actually, you know what? A lot of Labor people are criticizing Senator Babet for making these satirical TikToks, but they refuse to criticize their own people who have been doing this now for years and years.
Yeah. They're all that's very hypocritical. But yeah, it does seem like he is focused very much on his social media clout instead of doing things like this, which is good. That's what he should be doing. Anyways, but that other video was funny. Let's move on to the last thing before we get on to with you and Chris.
Australia took another step towards recognising Palestine, but is yet to commit to doing so. Let's head now to our political reporter, Isabel Rowe, who's in Canberra for us. Hi there, Isabel. So what does this mean for Australia's position?
Well, this is no doubt some of that international momentum that government MPs have been talking about this morning and in recent days. As you say, the UK, France and now Canada have made this move. It undoubtedly puts pressure on Australia to declare its position. Now, Anthony Albanese spoke about this yesterday. He talked about, of course, supporting a two-state solution. He's talked about doing that, though, based on some preconditions. He doesn't want to put a timeline to it. He says when he does it, he wants it to have some sort of outcome, some positive outcome for the Palestinian people. Now, we also signed on to a statement yesterday with 14 other nations that talked about the intention of those joint foreign affairs ministers to recognise a Palestinian state at some point in the future. The Treasurer, Jim Chalmers, said this morning it really is just a matter of time.
It's a matter of when, not if, Australia recognises a Palestinian state. Well, I don't want to put a time frame on it. It's been a long-standing bipartisan policy that we see a two-state solution in that part of the Middle East. From my point of view, that progress that is being made, that momentum that we're seeing in the international community is welcome, but it's also conditional.
We've also heard from the Prime Minister's office this morning that Anthony Albanese has spoken to the UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer. They have had a phone call, and Anthony Albanese's office says that Sir Keir Starmer later...
Anyways, what do you make of it?
Well, look, I mean, Trump put out a strongly worded post.
Well, I've got he did about
against
Canada. Yeah, so that's this
And
one.
I think this is the general sentiment here is that a lot of this is to undermine the efforts that the US is trying to make. in terms of
Exactly. You know what's
disarming
interesting?
Hamas.
Well, not even
And,
that. I think it's even it's even more basic than that. Like it's just to undermine Trump in general. Like
Undermining Trump, yeah. I mean, these guys are saying that there's been progress on the two-state solution. This is the furthest progress we've had from a two-state solution because the whole process disintegrated into.
Although you know what's actually interesting
complete
is
chaos.
on the same day, this is the first time. So you had Qatar, Saudi, and Egypt calling on Hamas to disarm and return the hostages, and they condemned October 7 for the first time since October 7 on the same day that Western countries, well, in the last few days, it's been Britain, France, Canada, and it's going to be Australia. It is just a matter about when. Are basically running into say that at the next meeting they're going to recognize a Palestinian state. They're going to vote for a Palestinian state. But I feel like it's just this.
Well, I mean that's an interesting point, right? The regional partners of the US in that area. So Trump does have relationships with Qatar and Saudi Arabia and so on, and he's managed to get them on board with his vision for the area, and they agree with that to an extent, where they've come out and condemned and told them to disarm effectively and return the hostages. So these countries in the area, the very region that's affected by this, is doing what they think is in the best interest of that particular region. Whereas you do have these outside players like Australia, Canada, UK, and France, completely at odds with the efforts of the US who are leading this. So it's puzzling, really, what their game is. We know what it is, but it does appear puzzling when you look at it just from an armchair perspective. Most people wouldn't understand. They would feel like all these countries are doing the right thing, even. But when you pay closer attention to it, it is undermining the efforts of the Trump administration to find maybe a lasting peace, not a peace where.
But I don't even think it's about the Middle East. I think we talked about this last time. I think this is just a chance. So basically, you've got left-wing governments that are so they're kind of working in unison to undermine Trump, almost as a petty way to get at him for the fact that they just don't really like him, for the tariff stuff, all that, and they're doing what leftists do. They're playing the moral high ground, like they're the better people, even though America's really involved in that conflict and really involved in trying to get a long-term solution. And no one has a better proven track record than Trump. You look at the Abraham Accords, you look at what he's managed to achieve in the Middle East. No one comes close, not even in American history. But they're trying to undermine him, and they've joined together. Imagine if now we had, instead of Carney winning, there was Pierre Poilievre, or in Australia we had Dutton. In France, they almost had at that point
Marine Le Pen.
Like, imagine you had this coalition of right-wing governments around the world, in the West. You wouldn't have this nonsense. At least on this issue, they would be fighting about tariffs, I'd say. But on this, there would be at least a concerted effort in achieving the same outcome. I think everyone wants the war to end. I'm not questioning that, but I think that the motivation of these world leaders that have been popping up recently, so Starmer, Albo, and like I said, they've been talking. Obviously, they're talking Carney. They're all Labor. They're all from the Labor thing, and for them, Trump is the enemy. They hate Trump. Just listen to them before they thought. Whether they were in government, well, Carney wasn't. Remember Carney? I've bumped into him a few times. My good friend Carney. But Albo, what he has said in the past about Trump, Keir Starmer, they all hate Trump. They hate the fact that they have to work with him. This is a way to undermine him. It's kind of petty, and it's a very silly thing, I think, to use in this broad game of theirs. But reading. What is
What's
that?
that saying? They have that saying, you know, weak men create hard times, and
Yeah.
it seems like they're willing to sacrifice peace and prosperity for that region, a Hamas-free future for that region, just in spite of Trump, you know, to get back at Trump. It's
100%.
ridiculous that it's come to that.
So what did Trump write on Truth? He wrote, wow, Canada has just announced that it is backing statehood for Palestine. That will make it very hard for us to make a trade deal with them. Oh, Canada, because that's their anthem. It's funny because I don't think he took a pot shot at Britain. That's how, I don't know, insignificant he must think Keir Starmer's. Who knows? It's like probably also just deals in the back, like different. He's about to get a trade deal across the line. To be honest, Australia, Britain, France, like recognizing Palestine, like is it going to change anything on the actual ground? I don't know. Avi called.
Yeah.
Hold on. What did I get here? Let's read these super chats and then we'll move on.
I want before that, Avi, I just wanted to say that someone made a point just in the comments that might be true. So for the Americans, this is actually an issue where they're intricately involved in on the ground. Whereas for these other world leaders like in Australia, France, Canada, whatever, this can serve as a domestic distraction for them from their domestic issues.
That is very true.
And for them to grandstand on these things means that people in those countries aren't necessarily focused on domestic issues, which they have control over. You know, unlike the issues happening in Palestine, they don't really have any control over what's going on there. But they
it's
can
true. 100%. I think
and distract their population. So that's a very valid observation that I saw in the comments.
No, it's a good point. I think two things can be true at once. I think that it can help. They're weighing it up. They go, we can unite. So none of them are going at this alone. All these Labor leaders, essentially, from around the world are joining forces. They get to hit Trump. They get to garner some local support. And for a lot of them, remember, like Labor in the UK, Labor here, Labor, what are they called in? What are they called in Canada? They're Labor? I don't know. Anyways, but it's the same. It's a Labor movement, same thing. They are, they've suffered a little bit with the Muslim vote, and this is a way to appease it. The immigrant vote, also the left, centre left, especially the extreme left. This is a way, and you got Starmer. He needs distractions from the whole boats and the inquiry into the gangs. Like there's a lot happening in the UK at the moment. Carney's probably having problems with it's interesting. He's having problems with tariffs with the US.
The liberals in Canada. So yeah, that's why.
Liberals,
that's
right.
That's why we trip up in Australia because it's just so confusing.
Yeah, you have the Liberals and the Conservatives. In the UK, it's the Tories and Labor, but also now you have Nigel Farage's Reform. All right, let's read these super chats and bring Chris in to unpack your debate with him.
King of Corn, thanks, mate. Big Brother Labor wants to know what porn you watch. Well, I don't think they've... For now, we haven't seen them concretely address age verification for accessing porn websites.
They did that in the UK. Did you see that?
Yeah, so whether that comes as a byproduct in December of them adding age verification.
What are you going to do? Are you going to use your wife's license?
I was going to hit up Benji's ID when he's not looking. But
we are all using Benji's ID to get into porn sites. That is disgusting. For the record, we don't watch porn.
Betsy, thanks for the super chat. The traditional Arab states condemn Hamas. The new Islamic Western states support it. Starmer, Macron, Merz, Carney have undermined every deal. That's true. I mean, a lot of these Western nations are unfortunately, captured by foreign populations. Like, let's just put it that way. They don't go by just their Western traditional values anymore. There's other things that have been absorbed into their political psyche when they make decisions. And a lot of these considerations are around the demographics that vote for these parties. And increasingly, we've seen in Australia, for instance, the Labor Party struggle with these, maybe fractures where you have the Muslim vote potentially separating in the future. So they do want people on side on particular issues. And that does come into play when they think about an issue like Israel and Palestine. So it's a very good observation for sure.
Oh, damn, did I do that again?
Why don't the local Arab state want a pal state?
Why
That's what I'm
don't the
beating.
local Arabs? They do. I think they do. Why don't the local Arabs want pal? They do. They always have, and even especially Qatar and Saudis, they're all talking about two-state solution, but they're saying that it has to now, which is interesting. Remember, Qatar is the one that essentially all the Hamas leaders were living. They were there. They lived there as billionaires. They also, a lot of the funding, besides for Iran, was also Qatar. But that is the strength of Trump. He's obviously got some big deals going on that he's brought Qatar along. Saudis, before October 7, were about to sign on to the Abraham Accords. There's speculation that that's what pushed October 7 to happen so fast.
I think basically Trump doesn't want the two-state solution to be a bargaining chip for Hamas. Like, he wants them out of the picture. That's what this is about. It's not about not having a two-state solution. It's about you can't reward this terrorist group and still keep them there with this two-state solution, because the fear is that after a couple of years or a decade or so, they will militarize once more, and this nonsense will start up all over again.
Which is like a repeat of the Gaza Strip. So Gaza was given over in 2005, and then it took them 20 years to launch, or whatever, 18 years or whatever, to launch that attack. Let's quickly get through these ones. I'm getting mocked here for what is it?
Baz the Dark Horse. Avi called Albo a world leader.
I apologize. Listen, technically he. Okay, no, there's no way to justify that. I misspoke. I apologize. But thank you for the super chat.
We got one from Michael Thorpe again. Read the Bible. People who seek to harm Israel are cursed by God. You can find certain references like that.
Yeah, but I've heard the new Christ is King gang explain that away.
Okay.
Like Tucker says that means no, he doesn't. He doesn't say. He asks the question. Do you think that the Bible's talking about the modern state of Israel? But weirdly, when I talk to like other Christians, they'll say, and look, I'm no Christian theologist, like I'm not an expert in Christianity, but I do hear other Christians telling me about, they expect, that's why most Zionists are actually evangelical Christians in America. Like the majority, just out of sheer numbers, are more than Jews, because Jews are such a small population. They believe the end times have to play out with the Jews there and all that. So they clearly believe that it is the same Israel that's mentioned in the Bible. But I appreciate your super chat, Michael Thorpe. And last super chat before we bring Chris in.
Barton, thanks, mate. Labour government are looking to keep Muslim vote in the UK and the hate of Trump.
I think that it's both those things. That's exactly what we're saying. Thank you so much for the super chat again, Spartan, yeah?
Spartacum.
Spartacum.
Mm.
Sparta Krav Maga. That's what it is. It's a Krav Maga channel. Sparta Krav Maga UK. Okay, got it.
There you go.
Sparta Krav Maga. We're going to have to check that channel after. Check it out, guys. All right. Let's bring the guest in. Oh wait, I've got to put him.
Where is he?
Hold on, he's a person of color. He came in black. Let's bring him in.
Put up the lights. The brightness. There he is. Oh, mate, the transformation. Is that mate?
No, you knocked your mic, mate. And Rukshan, talk. I want to hear if your mic works now.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Oh, that's better. You got to be careful with that mic. You keep touching it, and it cuts on you. Chris, how you doing?
Yeah, good. Thanks for having me, gents. I know that I'm up against some quite esteemed debaters who will, whatever we discuss, likely be better prepared than I, but I'm happy to discuss what I can. So you guys win. Let's have a good chat anyway.
Friends across
New South Wales. I just wanted to say we've got New South Wales #1 streamer in the house today, so that's great to have you here, Chris.
He's giving you shit.
Yeah, I'm used to it. It's okay. I'm used to it. I've more than once had my.
Would you like to introduce yourself to the guys?
Well, if we talk about New South Wales #1 streamer, Harvey, has Elon ever tweeted your content out of Rookshire?
Yeah, a few times.
It's done so twice for me, which I was happy about.
If we're counting, I'm probably up around 10, but we won't. Who's counting? But good job, guys. This is where the conversation's going to turn. So make sure to hit like, subscribe. No, but most importantly, share it. But like it, whatever platform you're watching on. We've got 8,343 with us now. I want to see how many we have at the end. Chris, I don't want to get your pronouns wrong. How do you describe yourself? Because I know you got offended with the way I said it last time. How do you want the audience to know you, and where can they find you after this?
Avi, it's when my content is used for profit is the issue that I have there, not with the pronouns.
No.
That would be a leftist approach to try and police other people's speech. I don't really try to do that too much.
All right.
So it's when
before we start, Avi, can you just fix my camera? Zoom me and fix me up.
Yeah. You want to be right in there. Okay.
I want to be right in there.
You're conflating issues because there's two issues you have with me. One is that I called you a New South Wales streamer, correct?
No. It's that my content was used for profit.
Okay.
Okay.
So do you have it? Oh, can you show me it? Oh, play it. Can you play it? Can you play it?
Got a rebel news watermark.
Can you play it?
That's an issue, and we can go into this if you want.
Chris, can you just play it? Can you play it? I just want to see what it is. I don't know what it is. Just play it.
It's here. It's here. What do you want to say? This is my.
Can you send me it? Can you send me it on the
details of this? Avi, it's one of my content that I put myself at harm's way.
But did they not They didn't credit you. They didn't. Did they not credit you?
You put a watermark over it. You blur out my watermark.
Do they? Oh, that's what I'm trying to see. I want to see that they blurred out your watermark. Can you show me what it is? Can you send me that? Can you send me it?
Sending it to you won't change.
No, I want to bring it up on the screen.
It'll stay intact, Avi. But
I want to.
Other issues that we can talk about. I'm guessing you didn't have me on to talk about.
No, but you came with it prepared. So I just want to bring it up on the screens so we can watch it with the audience. If you think I've done something wrong, I want to answer it.
I think it gets to Oh,
just send it. Just send me. Send it to me.
I'll give that a like. Thanks, Joe. Sufficient acknowledgement is no work. There you go.
Okay, I get it. You've got a bunch of people supporting you. Listen, if you're going to play this game, I'll smash you right out on everything you said here because that's not what you brought up in here.
Raise this topic, Avi.
Listen, I didn't. I said that. No, that's not the topic I brought up. I brought up the fact that you had a problem with the way I introduced you, and you did because we're going to play it in a second. So you lied about that, but now you want to bring this video up. I don't know the video. You did. We'll see it in a second. I want to see the video that you're saying I stole from you. I want to understand the context. If our team took away credit, I want to know what we're talking about. Can you send it to me in the DM so I can bring it up so we can all watch it and credit you?
See if I can bring up Elon Musk's retweet of it that didn't include your watermark, but
mate, just send the video.
Just send the video. You're such a child. If I did something wrong, I will apologize. I will apologize here to you. To everyone. All right, you don't want to do it. Fine. Doesn't matter. It's okay. So one time, I think also that video Channel 7 ran that night as well, if I'm not mistaken. But you were very upset. You were very upset with Rebel News doing it, and you had a big sook about it. And I'm sorry. If we didn't credit you, they usually do credit the work. So I'm surprised because people have said that before to me. But if they didn't credit you, they got it wrong, and that's bad. But it was weird that you didn't. Why didn't you have a problem with Channel 7 doing that when they used your work?
Let's rather than looking at Channel 7.
Okay. You had okay. All right. Let's watch this thing. This interaction.
Is that what we're here to talk about, or
no? Okay. Let's watch this interaction you had with Rukshan yesterday.
Some more information. I understand. This is a difficult patch over the past 8.
Oh, no. Okay. Here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead. Tell us your thoughts. You've been watching. Tell us what your thoughts are so far.
Oh, look. I mean, the question. I'm happy to answer questions. In terms of my thoughts,
is this where it started?
It's
yeah.
I think a lot of this comes down to people's just hatred of Jews. Really, people in the comments, you're blaming Avi before, and I'm not trying to defend him. I'm just saying it's outright just hatred of Jews. They hate me for the same reason because I'm friends with Avi. They accuse me of the same things as well. Most of these people are just low IQ retards and are not thinking these things through. Now, I never thought, seriously, beyond a joke. Even if, the NSN were involved or whatever, I just thought that this guy was actually just a retard, and he turned up for his own purposes. And now he's gone on this kind of, making up text messages or fake, Telegram messages or whatever it is. And people just buying it up without, apparently discerning political commentators here in Australia just buying up this nonsense from this guy when, it's so obvious that a lot of this is just stupid. And a lot of the things I've heard is just pure Jew hatred and, Jewish conspiracies. And it's so, yes, Avi definitely would do something like this, or Rukshan might be involved in something like this. It's just complete nonsense, mate. So, you got to call things for what they are. And just going down this whole Jew hatred path is just, making people dumber because, you can't just make everything just about that. And that's what it's become. And you see it in the comments here. A lot of these guys are either Nazi adjacent, they support NSN, they're LARPing, they're gropers or whatever they are. They hate people, they're racist. And this is just the way that they observe the world, and everything's just a Jewish conspiracy. So it's a lot of this nonsense. And I don't buy into it, and I don't care the consequences of having these people call me names for it. But that's what this is. And, beyond a joke, even to link the NSN to this, there's really no evidence. So I'm smart enough not to take it down all that way, but just beyond that kind of jokish element. But a lot of people seriously believe this. I think they have issues.
So certainly, when it comes to Avi, I hope he takes a moment and reflects on that. Certainly,
reflects on what? Reflects on what, mate?
How he interacts with people.
Why? Why? That shouldn't force people as journalists to care about what they do. Avi does that work in a certain way that he does. I mean, reflect on what? What some people are going to make up conspiracies because he's Jewish. That's nonsense.
It surprised me how broad and how much demand there was for people. There's clearly demand for it. I'm not going to tell people.
Demand for what?
For the Avi's has a certain view and reputation, and people don't like that. While he is one of the biggest names in the country as well, there's a huge amount of people who simply hate watch him, and I think that reflects on why he does what he does.
Yeah, but I don't think Avi cares about that. Like even this topic, you're like, oh, why would he make a response to it? It's just so funny. I would have made a response to it. It's so funny. Why not? People want to see this stuff. Like these people are retarded enough to make this a news story, so why not give him a response? Like this is just
I thought
stuff.
It was just being something
there's a lot of stuff happening in this country, and apparently this Jewish conspiracy of getting this black guy to make the NSN look bad is apparently a big story. It's not. It's a retarded, stupid story. That's the truth.
Politics is about public and popular opinion, and we are adjacent to politics and what we report. There is a belief there, and a rapidly growing sector, which. Call it Christ is King, call it parallel to it. We wouldn't be talking about and cancelling Candace Owens or on and on in these names.
This is not at this level. Like if you think this is at that level, I can just start making up fake telegrams, or at the next protest you send someone else with a T-shirt and you make up a conspiracy.
What I'm saying is there is a demand for it. It's getting traction. That is happening. I'm not. I can get into the veracity of it. But there's a huge demand for it, and there's a reason behind it. That's why I'm trying to say that surely there should be a moment going.
And the reason is hatred of Jews. Let's not discount that. You might not want to say that, but I'm telling you, the hatred of Jews online, the hatred of Avi.
I want to get to the point.
The hatred of me
because people here haven't seen it. You got 2,000 views, 2,600. There's more people on the live now, but I'll speed it up, and then when there's parts. That seem to be stuck. I would love for you to try answer them.
What's the line? Just tell me what the part is that you're really looking for, rather than really watching the whole thing.
To most people here, they haven't seen it, so we're trying to give it a run so that they can see it. And then questions that I have, they haven't come yet. I haven't written notes down, so when they come up,
I've got the transcript so we can go through it.
All right, so
which part? You tell me. I've got the exact transcript. I'm following along.
I don't know what off the top of my head. Listen, if you don't want to be here, don't be here. So,
I just don't. Do we need to go through 10 minutes of it?
1:25. I've got it faster. Let's play it. If you don't want to watch it with us, that's fine. I'm
friends with a Jewish person. People calling me a Mossad agent and nonsense like this. You can see it in my comments. It's this hatred of Jewish people. That's what it is. I'm not going to pretend what it's not that and make up all these other things about people wanting to know things. Only people care about this and who are obsessed about this is the Jew hatred. The Jew hatred. The Jew hatred. This is all a root cause of that.
This does exist.
The why doesn't matter. Why do you care about the why? The why doesn't matter in this instance. I'm giving you a direct answer that this is the hatred of Jews. You can ask the why of the people that hate the Jewish people and want to make up these conspiracies about just mundane stories like this because they hate Jews. You can ask them. I don't care about it. I don't waste my time on it because it's retarded.
Look, when someone comes to me about a story and asks why I run something, I listen to them. They said, this could have some backlash to you. And I'm like, okay, I'll listen to it. Thank you very much. That's good to know.
Yeah.
Maybe I go one way or another. I'm not someone who just says, it's just hatred.
That's fine. That's fine. You can do that, man. But like I'm just saying, the backlash for Avi as a journalist, whatever he does, I don't think he cares about the backlash. So I don't know why you would be like, he should think about this more. He doesn't care. Why would he care about this? Like, this is right down the kind of alley of the type of confrontational reporting that he does. So, for you to be like, he should think about the public image, and people that follow him and can discern from seeing his response, for instance, and the clear interactions on the day with the NSN people laughing with this black guy that they claim they had nothing to do with. It's quite obvious for a normal, not just a standard intelligent person to look at that and be like, well, something's not right here. Obviously, there's other links here, possibly, who knows? But to just put it on the feed of Avi as his Jewish conspiracy is just complete nonsense. I don't think he has an answer for that at all.
And I think that's part of the issue of why this has come to be. When someone feels that they don't have to answer at any point when there's and I'm not saying that the fringe extremes there, but I'm saying that the sheer volume of it. We base our existence based on tweets, popular opinion, politics, Babet, whatever you use as a sample size of this within our right wing of politics, wherever we are, sit on that wing. If I know that if I don't listen to people when they say, "Oh, Chris, these are things like that," if they go forward in a bullheaded approach, well, you get the other side, which is in this case
what you're saying is that Avi shouldn't have reported that story because of what?
That's not what I'm saying.
So when you say the bullhorn approach, where you're not listening to your audience or to an audience, because I have a very broad, big audience. Maybe has Ruksham frozen on us?
No, I'm here.
Oh, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong screen. When you say the broad audience, so which essentially is actually something that I completely disagree with. It's actually my problem with a lot of commentators today, where I feel like that they're basing their content on the audience. It's audience capture. So they're changing their worldview based on their audience as opposed to staying genuine and consistent to their position, to their values. Is that what you're actually saying? That I should change my reporting based on the fact that some of the audience may have changed their position or something, or disagree with me?
I think you got to listen to feedback. I do. When someone says that this isn't reporting anymore, that the approach to how you portray events that are happening isn't right, isn't accurate, isn't true, isn't honest, I think you listen to it and you got to assess that. And I hope, and this is a part of a larger issue more than just yourself, this is something that mainstream media resisted for a long time. Once you get to the top of that hill and you've built something, can you continue to represent what's happening out there? And I think the audience out there is saying, and myself included, I'm saying, you can change how you're doing things and
okay, so
better report on these things.
So do you think I've changed my style now that I'm at the top of the hill? So I got to the top of the hill doing what I'm doing. Do you think I've changed the way I've done it, and now I should listen to the feedback and tweak it? Is that what you're saying?
I think at any point, if you stop listening to people that watch you, who fund you, who care about you, who people that you're portraying it to, if you stop listening to them, that's a lack of humility. And I think
which people do you think I should listen to? The haters? Like, should I be listening to the haters or my actual supporters?
I think you can listen to me. I'm going to speak for myself, and I'm going to
No, but here you're speaking. Here you're not. But here you're not saying that.
Right here in front of you. Not speaking for anyone else. I'll speak for my words. And
I'm talking about the argument you were making. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about what you were making within the argument.
Okay. I'm telling you that the reporting I saw at the weekend of this most recent protest wasn't so much reporting and I think it went poorly. And
Okay, so
and
which part of
shocked
it?
A lot of people.
So there's 15. It's an 18-minute video. Oh, so you're taking a little clip.
It's really short.
No, that's not.
It's your own clip. It's your own clip.
But that's from an 18-minute. That's an 18-minute clip.
This is not reporting. Avi, this is
Okay.
not reporting. And
Okay,
then
so-
the woman as well.
So let's
right?
bring up the actual clip because I like how you're
I've got it right
suddenly.
here. I've got the clip here. You didn't have to get away from
That's
it.
a short. That's a short from the.
That's
clip.
your own short that you put out.
That's,
It's
that's
your
pretty
footage.
disingenuous.
Yeah, you're an absolute liar.
And it's not.
You're lying. Let's not. We're not going to accept your lies here.
Just to freeze frame those clips out of context. And
Out
say
of
that
it, let's
this is
look
it.
how long the video is. Let's look how long the video is.
I think a picture, as a photographer, a picture can tell 1,000 words, and I don't think
it's funny that
it's
it's funny that the picture suits the narrative that you want to push. So the video here,
there's any narrative that can justify pushing this woman to the ground.
there absolutely is. But so an 18 minute, almost 19-minute video, a 19-minute video. Here is the video, 19 minutes. You're talking about the clip. Hold on. You're talking about 1 minute, 15 minutes into the clip. That's what you're complaining about. That's where you're saying my journalism on Sunday wasn't journalism. That's your problem. That clip in the last 2 minutes. You're disingenuous. You don't like me. I don't care that you don't like me. I've never really liked you. But but me taking your advice that somehow, because at the end of my report, a Nazi who was calling me a Jew rat scum, a Zionist baby killer, when he lunged at me, my security stepped in and took him down gently to the ground. Let's watch it. Gently to the absolutely gently. Let's watch. Come. She's sticking her finger up at me. How you doing, guys?
So you cut away from your own footage to your own footage. Harvey, surely you can take a moment.
No. Let's watch the context.
This isn't recording.
You stuck your finger at me and you told me I killed kids. Why are you so angry? What's a Zionist? What's a Zionist?
I'm being harassed here. Why don't you go fuck yourself, mate?
'Cause I don't want to. You're the one that.
You're
Fuck away!
annoying me.
Fuck off! There you go.
Hey!
Down, please.
Down,
please. Okay.
And the police have to protect them from you.
Okay, no, they have to
You can
protect
just
anyone
say-
from anyone. So 15 minutes in after, hold on, 15 minutes in, so you say all of this is not journalism. You're saying 15 minutes of journalism is not reporting because someone lunged at me.
Things got out of control. And this is a small example of what I'm saying.
I think, Chris, I just want to make it clear, like I did last night. Things got out of control, but the security guard stepped in and put it back in control because an individual came to lunge towards a reporter, a journalist on the field, and the security is there for a reason. That's his certified role and his job to do. And you're talking about humility. You're talking about humility, and there's certain you're offended or something by this particular action because it speaks to reporting and the way the story is characterized. Whereas for me, it just looks like someone stepping in between a person that could potentially get violent and hurt a reporter on the field.
I don't think people buy that. And this is why
people do. You don't buy it. Stop.
Plenty of people buy it.
Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. You keep saying that. When I ask you, when I talk about other people, you go, "I'm talking for myself." You don't buy it.
I don't think
you don't
people
buy
it.
Okay. You don't buy it. So next time somebody lunges at you, like they often do at me, and you're so confident just to cop it because you've copped it once, and I saw you cry like a little girl when it happened to you that time. So when they do it, I want you to take. I want you to. No, I've seen the one. What do you mean I don't know you?
I thought you said you hadn't heard of me. Some New South Wales streamer.
You see, you're upset about that. Hold on. Okay, so this is what you said. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what he's upset about because in the video, and I thought it was in that live, he's upset that I introduced him as a New South Wales streamer. The place in which I got that information. No, you said it in the stream. We're going to get to it. That's why I want to listen to the stream. Bring up the words. You got the transcript. You got upset. You told him that you were upset that I called you a New South Wales streamer. Your bio. Your bio on your own X says Sydney's finest protest live streams. You are a streamer by definition. I wasn't trying to mock you, even though you should be mocked because you're a moron. You're a child. Yeah.
Yes.
And you're so petty. You've picked a minute from the end of my clip to try paint my entire report as that. And you want me to allow people to attack me on the streets. You want me to allow people to do that.
Avi, I'm coming to you from a place of
no, you're
things
not
are changing.
No,
This
you're
approach
not. You're not coming. You're not coming from. Don't. Just.
There are voices on this topic.
On what topic? What
Liz
topic?
Gilroy.
I don't
John
care
Ruddock.
about Liz though. I don't care about John Ruddock. We're talking about my reporting. Why are you bringing them in? Why, if they're all so good?
The young man that you alleged to be a Nazi getting throttled at, by proxy, your event. If you're doing the policing,
Not
at your
my event. Not my event. Not my
If you're
event. Stop
policing people
lying.
and telling
Stop
people that
lying.
they're
I
whatever
get you
group.
don't like. I get that you're
sure
jealous.
these people
I get
deserve
that you're
this? Did
jealous
this
because you've
man
been
deserve it?
trying for many years to cover protests. That's what you've been doing. You copied Rukshan back in COVID. You wanted the clout. You didn't get the success you tried to get, and now you've ever since then you've had this chip on your shoulder to try prove something you got so upset. So you got so upset that we used one of your newsworthy clips. What?
Yeah, sure. Can we go back to the issue? Did this man deserve to be attacked like this? I think the answer is no, but what do you think?
Listen, I think that if somebody has an event, a protest, and you're coming to attend their event and they ask you to leave, see, this is your problem. What did you want them to do when they didn't want to leave? You didn't want them to.
Throttle a young man
No.
around the
What
neck.
did you want them to do? What did you want them to do? Because you
throttle
can.
a young man around the neck.
I didn't ask you what you didn't want. What did you want them to do?
Anything but that.
Okay, no, because your complaint was people passing him on to police. You said that to me as well. You didn't want them to pass them to police. You didn't want them to push him.
So don't grab people by the neck and hand them over to
So
Victoria Police.
how do they? It wasn't even me, but these people asked him about. There was about 5 minutes of them asking them to leave. How should they have got them to move?
Should this man have been throttled around the neck? I think
he should have left when he was asked. I think they should have left the protest when they were asked. That's it.
To the question, should he have been throttled around the neck?
I didn't throttle anyone around the neck. I wouldn't do that. I never do. But he should have left. That group of Nazis should have left when they were told they were unwelcomed at that event. They could have gone 10 meters away to a spot in which they weren't disrupting the protest that they were trying to hijack. I get that you're sympathetic to them. I don't know why you're defending them.
I'm sympathetic to people getting throttled around the neck. I'm sympathetic to women.
So you're sympathetic to people getting throttled around the neck, but you have a problem with my security guard jumping in as a guy that's 3 times my size lunging at me.
I didn't see that. I don't think people saw that either.
It's in the clip.
I don't think people.
It's even in your stupid 1 minute clip that you've taken out of context. Anyways, where was the
your clip? It's literally your clip. I'm playing back your clip from your clip.
It's called a reel from a long clip. You're so disingenuous and dishonest. You're so dishonest that you can't recognize. Is it part of a longer report? Yes or no? Chris, is it part of a longer report? Yes or no? New South Wales' largest live streamer, most successful live streamer.
Not
Is it
2019 anymore? This doesn't work.
Listen,
What are you
what are you going on about? Like
it doesn't make sense what you're talking about. It doesn't work. It doesn't make sense that even for you as a streamer or a reporter on the day, why are you getting caught up in how people, are protest attendees, like what they should? We can't. We're not in control
Because
of
if
what
I'm
people do.
throttling
in that
people
sense.
around the neck, something's gone wrong. If I'm grabbing someone by the neck,
What are you talking about? Something's gone wrong. All sorts of violence happens at protests in Melbourne.
And Rukshan, if you grab people by the neck, I'm texting you, I'm messaging you, I'm calling you out saying you've done something wrong. You shouldn't be doing that.
I don't throttle people around the neck. I just film with my camera. The same thing that Avi does with his camera people. Like, what are you talking about? That's a random person at that protest. It's not no one.
Nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me.
It's
But
it's
I witnessed them.
Random people in the crowd. Random people in the crowd handling people that they believe are Nazis. Like, what's you can have a critique about the actions that they took at the event. That's fine, but I don't understand how it's related to reporting. Like, it is what it is.
Because you're
Was Harvey meant to step in at that moment and be like, "Hey guys, hey, don't throttle, don't touch, don't do anything." What are you talking about? Humility and these actions. Again, you just like what I said to you yesterday, mate. You sound
I love how you come at it.
left wing, soft cut progressive. That's what you sound like. Oh, don't touch people, don't do this, don't do that. What are you talking about, mate? When you're reporting and you're covering, you film what's happening.
When by the time you're violently attacking people, you're not.
When you say it's not 2019,
who's saying when you're violently attacking people? Who are you saying? That's a random person.
I think we've roundly covered that topic. Unless we can go over it again, but I think people.
No,
have
I'm saying
seen
it's a
that.
random person in the crowd that's doing that. Like, what are you talking about? You when you ran like protest these kind of rallies in their nature sometimes turn violent.
If
Like, who are you
I
specifically talking
violently
about?
grab someone, let's. This isn't what I'm trying to say.
but I didn't grab. Why are you saying if I grab someone? If I didn't grab anyone,
there is a grand demand for a sense of humility. Why we abandon mainstream media?
About
is that they've
humility.
found themselves
What the hell are you talking about?
you know what's so funny?
What
You
the
say
hell
there's
are
a
you
grand
talking about
demand.
humility?
That you say there's a grand demand, and you're doing it the right way. The difference is we've got 10,000 people live now. Your entire stream last night in 24 hours got 2,700. Where is your grand demand? How are you doing it so much better? Just because you talk with a soft voice and you act like you're morally superior and you're better and you do it better than us, it doesn't
Nick
mean
Quentin
you're
is
right.
Making $2 million a year. Is he the moral arbiter of truth? I don't.
No,
think we
but
see
you're the
that.
one saying
Yeah.
grand demand. You're the one saying grand demand. I'm not making that argument. That's your argument. So I'm saying if it's the grand demand, why are you so unpopular? Why does no one watch you?
What I'm making the point is that the lack of humility is part of the larger move.
You definitely have so much humility. I can hear it in your voice. You've cut a 1 minute clip from my 18 minutes because you've got so much humility. You're such a humble person.
I just don't understand, Chris, all this humility stuff. You know what humility would be? When I was doing live streams in Melbourne, so many people cut my clips, so many news stations took my clips. I did not ask for a cent. I did not give a shit.
And Rebel.
Rebel everyone took my clips. I did not care. I did not do about it. And I haven't sooked about it to anyone over time and time again. And I've never mentioned it in a way where it's like a passive aggressive way about, oh my God. That's humility. What you're talking about, watching a protest and two other people getting involved in an argument and maybe someone putting hands on each other. And then you, for some reason, because you report it and make that a story, apparently that's not humility. That's nonsense, mate. All of reporting, especially covering protests.
Like, be normal people, men, and discuss this, or
we
just
don't.
going to continue actually?
Just because you talk in a soft voice,
exactly.
Just because you talk in a soft, feminine voice,
that's your
doesn't mean that this is how we talk as people. So this is how we talk.
Yeah, we talk like normal people.
I don't
calling them kids, calling
like
them liars, calling them is that it? Calling me a child? You can.
Do you want me to start naming all the things you've called me? Like, just this is your stupid little game.
I just want to say,
I have the transcript, which I searched for this, and I don't have it. Can I come back to the larger topic with the reaction that we have here?
Yeah,
right.
Gentlemen.
You got to show some actual humility. You got to show some actual humility, man.
Do you want a mirror? Do you want me to send you a mirror?
Turning against you, a lack of recognition.
No,
that
they're not turning against me because of that. They're turning against me because your crowd, your people in your comments hate Jews, and the fact is, you don't care because because you can't afford to lose any followers. That's why you have to listen. Hold on. That's why you have to listen to your audience. That's why your audience captured.
But it's not for me. Your comments are filled with far more anti-Semitic hate than mine.
That's because I've got about 10 times the amount of live more 20, 30 times the viewers. But your every single comment on your live stream was Jew hatred, straight up Jew hatred, and then you denied it and played it down.
Too, but
no, it isn't. I've got the comments playing on our screen. The comments are playing here. The comments are playing. Stop lying. Stop lying. Stop lying. There are yes, a lot of people are anti-Semitic towards me, and the reason they do that is not. It's not because of the reporting. It's because they hate Jews. And 5 minutes, what was that clip?
Yes. Many people hate Jews, and people hate you because you are Jewish. Does that That's what you wanted to hear.
No, I'm saying that the people that the people that you're using as evidence in your claim that somehow my reporting is bad because you found a minute clip is that they hate me because of the reporting.
No,
it's not the reason.
Polling on the issue that you're upset about. I'm bringing up notable people who are saying that the media is untrustworthy on these issues. I'm bringing up MPs who are changing their
What do they
tune
have
on
to do
some
with me?
part
What do
of
these
these topics
what
that
does
you feel so
what does
strongly about. I'm bringing
Radic?
up people who have
What
been
do
hurt
they have
at
anything to do with
protests,
me?
which you don't seem to have an issue with, and you yourself ending up in violent incidents with women being thrown to the ground. I don't know what part of that you can reject, calling it lying.
I reject the all right. I reject the way you presented the 1 minute clip out of 80 minutes, and you said that that's not reporting, that I didn't go there on Sunday to do reporting when it's an 18-minute clip. Anyways, it's fine. That you've made your point. We've made our point. Let's continue watching your thing with Rukshan. Because here we go.
Avi, unless you can...
It's like apparently a big story. It's not. It's just a retarded, stupid story.
What is that?
Unless you can at least move some part and recognize you're responsible for some degree of this violence, it's very difficult to find and build a bridge between those two topics. Very difficult.
Listen, it's fine. We can agree to disagree that I had no part in the group pushing the Nazis out who refused to go. And I'm also not responsible when people lunge at me. And yes, also the woman then started punching. You can go back and watch the clip. Daniel. So that's fine. We can agree to disagree. I'm looking forward to the day that when you're attacked and you just cop it because you're a much more, you've got much more humility than I do to get attacked on the street.
Politics is about public and popular opinion, and we are adjacent to politics and what we report. There is a belief there, and a rapidly growing sector, which call it Christ is King, call it parallel to it. We wouldn't be talking about and cancelling Candace Owens or on and on in these names.
This is not at this level. Like, if you think this is at that level, like, I can just start making up fake telegrams. Or at the next protest, you send someone else with a T-shirt and you make up a conspiracy.
What I'm saying is, it's getting traction. That is happening. I'm not. I can get into the veracity of it, but there's a huge demand for it, and there's a reason behind it. Like that. That's why I'm trying to say that surely there should be a moment going.
And the reason is hatred of Jews. Like, let's not discount that. But you might not want to say that, but I'm telling you.
When you say so when he says the hatred of Jews, and you say but why? And the why shouldn't matter, but why is there the hatred of Jews? That is somehow a justification for the hatred I get.
You'll have to ask someone who hates Jews.
No, so you were just genuinely asking why people just hate Jews now.
This is a massive conversation going back thousands of years about conflicts between different religious sects. I'm not prepared for a philosophical discussion, but I can say that it does exist.
So why are you using it as a justification? So why did you answer that to him? When he was bringing up the Jew hatred, why was your response? But why do people hate Jews?
No, why do they? But why do they? Why is this in our modern political discourse? Because mainly in a post-October 7 world, because there's a conflict in Gaza. That is the single topic that all of this revolves around, a conflict in Gaza.
And
Ukraine,
so why
Russia,
would that matter? And so there's a conflict in Gaza. Why does that matter how does that matter to this conversation?
Avi, so much of your reporting revolves around Jewish hatred, revolves around claims of anti-Semitic comments, revolves around the war in Gaza. I mean, this is the center of so much of our political discussion. We're all political operators here. We can recognize it exists without having a 45-minute podcast about the details of how we got here over the past 6,000 years. Can we not? Or do we have to every time we get into this, explore 6,000 years?
Somehow that's all. So because of this history and stuff you're talking about, Jewish journalists in Australia should act differently. Is that what you're saying? Is there some sort of standard that because he's Jewish that and all this history?
Well, now you're conflating because Avi is involved in and could do his reporting better. He's now a Jewish journalist, and now that's an issue because I'm criticizing a Jewish journalist. That was not what he said.
Don't put words in his mouth.
I didn't say that, mate. I said because of all this history.
Rephrase it for me. Go.
because you're saying there's all this history attached to the Jewish history and that conflict in that region. Today in Australia, modern Australia, Avi, who is Jewish, and he talks about Jewish issues, and he's a Jewish Australian, he's a journalist in Australia. He has to consider that thousands of years of history when he does his reporting, and everything is looked through in that lens. So the only way that he can behave as a journalist, and the things that happen to him, the responsibility of that, the weight of that is based on that history. So therefore, it's somehow justified. Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't think so. That was sorry. You had so many different layers of rephrasing what I was saying.
It's not that complicated. Yeah. So explain what you're saying in a simple way. Why did you say why about the Jew hatred when Rukshan is pointing out that the reason that there's this barrage of hate is because of Jew hatred, and your response was sounds like there's some sort of justification for it, and that's why I should just put up with it. Is that there's a why?
No. The justification is I think you're obnoxious. Nothing else.
So that's not. So how come it's happening now? As opposed, was I not obnoxious before October 7th? I've been known my entire reporting.
For a long time.
My entire reporting career, which got me up that hill that you're so jealous of, has been me being obnoxious.
Well, no,
so
I would not want to have your. Not at all. Please.
What?
Avi, I'm not jealous of you.
Okay, I know, I can tell. So forget about it. Don't worry about that. So what changed? And so why does? So when Rukshan says that the Jew hatred that I'm facing now online, in very much 100% of your comments and maybe 30% of mine, why?
See, this is leftist again. Your comments, the people leaving your comments, holding me accountable for other people's comments. You're calling me a leftist. That's leftist crap. Oh, the people are leaving comments. You need to control. I don't have an international media team.
Wait. Chris, why are you raising your voice?
He's raising his voice. He's lost control.
Oh, now we got to calm down, do we, boys? Oh, now we've got it.
Welcome to being a real person. Now, isn't it funny that suddenly now, you for some reason you don't need to be held accountable to all the comments in your live, but somehow I should take note by the 30% of comments in mine. No, because you said to me that I should show humility and listen to the audience. Why don't you show humility and listen to your audience? And your audience are entirely full of Jew hatred.
Make you feel good? No. What are you trying to stitch up? That I need to do what my comments say? That I'm reflecting?
That's what you said to me. That is what you said to me. That is what you said to me. That is what you said.
I'm looking at the comment. I'm trying to find what you say and what you're paraphrasing, what I'm supposed to say. The words are here. I can't see what you're paraphrasing 3 levels deep of what I'm saying. I don't see what you're talking about.
Okay, let's listen to it.
If you'd like to, specify the exact time.
We don't need to see us
hatred of me because I'm friends with the Jewish person.
Everyone can hear it.
People calling me a Mossad agent and nonsense like this. You can see it in my comments. It's this hatred of Jewish people. That's what it is. I'm not going to pretend it's not that and make up all these other things about people wanting to know things. Only people care about this and who are obsessed about this is the Jew hatred. The Jew hatred. This is all a root cause of that.
This does exist.
The why doesn't matter. Why do you care about the why? Why does it matter in this instance? I'm giving you a direct answer that this is the hatred of Jews. You can ask the why of the people that hate the Jewish people and want to make up these conspiracies about just mundane stories like this because they hate Jews. You can ask them. I don't care about it. I don't waste my time on it because it's retarded.
Look, when someone comes to me about a story and asks why I run something, I listen to them. They said, this could have some backlash to you. And I'm like, okay, I'll listen to it. Thank you very much. That's good to know.
Yeah.
Maybe I go one way or another. I'm not someone who just says, it's just hatred.
That's fine. That's fine. You can do that, man. But I'm just saying the backlash for Avi as a journalist, whatever he does, I don't think he cares about the backlash. So I don't know why you would be like, he should think about this more. He doesn't care. Why would he care about this? Like, this is right down the kind of alley of the type of confrontational reporting that he does. So, for you to be like, he should think about the public image. And, people that follow him and can discern from seeing his response, for instance, and, the clear interactions on the day with the NSN people laughing with this black guy that they claim they had nothing to do with. It's quite obvious for a normal, not just a standard intelligent person to look at that and be like, well, something's not right here. Obviously, there's other links here, possibly, who knows? But to just put it on the feed of Avi as his Jewish conspiracy is just complete nonsense. I don't think he has an answer for that at all.
And I think that's part of the issue of why this has come to be. When someone feels that they don't have to answer at any point when there's and I'm not saying that the fringe extreme's there, but I'm saying that the sheer volume of it. We base our existence based on tweets, popular opinion, politics, Babet, whatever you use as a sample size of this within our right wing of politics, wherever we are, sit on that wing. If I know that if I don't listen to people when they say, "Oh, Chris, these are things like that," if they go forward in a bullheaded approach, well, you get the other side, which.
So there you go. When the amount of people are telling you something, and why are you ignoring? Why are you not listening to your audience? They're all full of Jew hatred in that entire live.
Yeah,
why are you being bullhornish? But that's exactly what you just said. So why are you not listening to your audience? You just said everyone heard it. We don't need to read your
I'm reading the transcript. The transcript is literally right here. I am not referring to Jewish hatred or why you're not listening.
No. You're not. I know you're not talking about. I know you're not talking about Jew hatred in that comment, because that doesn't. Obviously, you're not talking about Jew hatred in that comment because that wouldn't suit your argument. Now you want to change it. You want to shift the goalpost. But you said that I should be listening to all these people in my comment who don't like my reporting. Well, why are you not? Why are you not listening to all the people in your comments who don't like the fact that you're not blatantly anti-Semite?
And I'm not saying the fringe extremes there. I don't know, bro. I'm so glad that I can bring up this transcript to say that's not how it is. What I'm saying is your reporting on the weekend was flawed. I think you got it wrong. I think it's been a
Was the rest of the reporting good? Was the rest of the reporting good on the day? The other 17 minutes.
About when violence.
The other 17 minutes. The other 17 minutes. Was it good with all the people at the rally that I spoke? Or you didn't watch it?
I mean,
you didn't watch it.
23 hours of Kenosha was mostly peaceful.
Okay.
What are you talking about? When an incident happens that goes wrong.
There was nothing wrong with the incident. I did not get violent. Some people in the crowd pushed some Nazis out, and I don't think they should have grabbed him by the neck, but people did. I reported on the actual day, showed the entire context of it. A man at the end lunged at me after his wife picked a fight, and then they gently were put down to the ground. But whatever.
His wife picked a fight. This is the pattern of behavior which more and more have highlighted inside different organizations and an increasing number of public turning against this kind of top-down. There is no criticism.
Hold on, no, explain that explain it to me. Explain to me how that woman and that man, who by the way are both members of the National Socialists, who
you're sure about that? You're 100% sure about that?
It's on the 60 Minutes.
You're going to call these people.
It's on the 60. Yes,
it's on the. Yeah, unilaterally going to use violence against these people. Maybe it's not right. Maybe it's not true. And maybe they are.
He called me a Jewish rat. He called me a Jewish rat. She called me a Zionist child killer, stuck her finger up at me. So you're telling me, and then they lunged. They lunged at me first. So which part of that am I getting wrong? Which part of that?
All of it. The use of violence on an individual unilaterally like that.
You're a special kind of person.
I think it's wrong. It's wrong, and I don't think people buy it, and I don't think people will.
Literally everyone's buying it. Literally everyone buys it, except for everyone on your except the Jew haters on your live stream. So that guy is there's a 60-minute piece on that specific guy as the National Socialist, talking about the final solution in Australia to kill all Jews. But yeah, I didn't know that at the time. No.
You knew that at the time.
But I knew he called me a Jewish rat. I knew that he called me a Jewish effing rat. I knew that.
And that justified violence.
No, it was him lunging.
Justified violence.
It was him lunging at me. It was him lunging at me.
Whether right or left, when these protests happen, whoever the journalist is, if a protester or someone at that event gets violent in front of a journalist or goes to touch them or puts their hands on them, the security guard that is there is justified in controlling that situation in the manner that he chooses. Now, you're not happy with the manner that he chooses because you've gone all soft and you're like, oh, it's too violent. It's too violent for me. But we see this type of interactions all the time. You're stating your whole thing around, oh, it's too violent because of the way the security guard acted in that instance. The police haven't found anything
I
wrong
think that's
with
something
that
that left
interaction.
and right can agree on the use of violence should be reserved for specific.
All right, it was done in front of police. If it was too violent, he would lose his security license. Whatever.
That long ago, you guys were against.
Chris, you know
handing people
very well
over
that is not the standard. When security guards act, you know very well that is not the standard for security guards when they act.
Let's keep what
situation, which is
it's a joke what he's saying. Like the viewers all watched it, yes, and yes, of course, Chris, I'm not arguing that on your live stream, all the people that would be happy to see me killed, yes, they would say that any form of self-defense would be bad. So I understand that your live stream was against my security guard jumping in, but he lunged. He lunged at me. The security's job was to push him back as soon as he lunged. But that's okay. People can watch that themselves.
The woman too?
She punched him. The woman... She
touched the security guard.
She punched him. What are you talking about, you absolute clown? Let's watch it again so people can see that. Let's bring the clip up that you're so upset about, in which... Here, look, all the minutes that we have to get through. So let's go to the part, before that. Let's go, let's watch it. Let's watch. Okay.
I'm being harassed here. Why don't you go fuck yourself, mate?
I don't want to. You're the one. He's lunging at me. He's lunging at me. Boom. He's down gently and she's punched him.
And police have to protect them from you.
Mate, you're a joke. You're an absolute clown.
Chris, police are controlling the situation.
Yeah.
They're not taking a side at that moment. If they're protecting him from Avi, they would have laid charges against Daniel, or there would be further incidents. You know that. That's not a realistic take. The police are controlling the situation and moving those people out of that way. They touched that lady touched the security guard afterwards, punched him in the back while he was controlling that other individual who was aggressive, and he took action against her. Now you can have an opinion on whether that was right or wrong. But to put that at the feet of Avi and that's to say that somehow is like the moment of the report and it's this massive statement about the report, I think it's just completely ridiculous, mate. This story has gone from this black Nazi conspiracy that was started which I think you did a brilliant job, actually. I think you did a great job of actually getting that guy on. And, not many people would do that. And you actually communicated with him, you got him on and you did that talk. But now it's gone to something else entirely different during our discussion.
It's so weird.
The way that you're explaining it now, even it doesn't make any sense anymore. Like, you're just all over the place now.
What, with Cole Davis? Look, I
Davis is
stand
fine.
by
Cole Davis
throwing first punches.
I respect your reporting on Cole Davis. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about this particular instance around this kind of humility and violence, and what security guards could do and what the police. It just sounds really weird, bro. That's all I'm saying.
It's weird. Anyways, let's move on because whatever. We agree to disagree.
Harvey shouldn't have reported that story because of what?
That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah. What are you saying then?
What I'm saying is that such an absurd, extreme situation of this individual, everything about Cole Davis that's happened has been.
Yeah, but what's that got to do with the person reporting? Like, if I was there, I would have filmed this guy. Like you said before during your show, if a black dude walks into a protest with a Nazi t-shirt on and starts making signs, what would you do as a person on the field?
You film it, of course.
I would film it. I would film it and put it up as a clip on X because not because of whatever. It's an interest. Like, it's an interesting thing that's happened at an otherwise mundane type of event where nothing much else happened. Of course, you put that online.
Yeah, of course.
So I don't necessarily see the problem with that. Like, what's the problem with that? Like, whatever reason it happened for, someone would clip that and put that online.
Absolutely. That's the gig. We both know that. But with Avi, the story started to become about Avi, right?
But that's not from Avi though. That's from other people bringing up
New South Wales-based live streamer.
There we go. Hold on. Here's the little passive-aggressive whinge. I think he said it once before, but whatever. We might rewind just to hear that.
Right?
But that's not from Avi though. That's from other people bringing up
New South Wales-based live streamer.
So why do you care about that? Why do you get so offended about that? Who cares?
Well, it's a reflection of Avi's character that I think we are.
Okay, so can you explain that to the audience? How it's a reflection of my character that I called you a Sydney-based live streamer in my report, trying to describe you to people who don't know you because not many people know you. When your own profile literally
What was it
describes
you said
you
earlier?
as
I've
Sydney's
been doing this for
finest
years, you've never heard
protest
of me.
live stream.
Then you watermark my content, and I could only wish for it. Avi, where do you want to take this? Where do you want to take this?
No, just that one question.
copy from other
Just that
people's
one
work,
question.
but
Why are you
should be
pivoting? Why are you
saving and
deflecting?
working
Why are you
with.
deflecting? Why are you deflecting? You had a sook about me calling
It's
you.
not a trick. It's not. It's
What,
not
stop
a trick.
deflecting. Just answer. What?
It's called
Why
money.
are you
I'm
triggered?
not sure if you've heard of it.
Why
but
are you
You
triggered?
profit from other people's work.
But that's not. That wasn't. But that wasn't your complaint. No. Your You're saying you're deflecting to something else, and you don't want to show me the video, which is fine.
You profit from other people's work.
Okay, great. I'm glad. By the way, how many times have you ran my videos on your? Don't worry. No one sees your stream, so you probably didn't profit anything. Let me ask you. Let me ask you something.
You can't use mine.
What you just said.
How does this work?
What you just said. Have some humility. Learn from Rukshan. Everybody uses his live stream. Listen, you said.
Or when you're not profiting from other people's work. Avi, where do you want to go with this?
I want to ask you why you're so butthurt that I called you Sydney's New South Wales live streamer when your own bio.
Why is that so hard to understand? Don't
okay, you're not going to answer. Okay, so you denied. The audience. He denied before that he said that as a complaint, and now when I bring up the complaint to him to his face, he's deflecting to another issue that he also, by the way, doesn't want to send
other people's content and run it. Okay. I mean, it's just pretty straightforward. If you can't agree with that one, I'll let the audience.
I agree. I agree with you. It's funny that it's so telling that you won't. Suddenly, when the exact issue that you brought up to Rukshan in a passive aggressive way with your monotone and your calm voice until you lost it before, but good, you've brought it back. When you brought it up to Rukshan and he called you out on it, and then I show that I got your title. I got your title from your own freaking bio, you absolute clown. I got it from your bio, and you had a sook to Rukshan. Good. Keep crying.
Mate, you gotta go some. You gotta get a bit tougher, Chris.
Yes, Chris, you gotta get tougher.
I could say the same about Avi. He's got to get tougher than that.
About what? What do I have to get tougher about? Tell me what I got to get tougher about.
Send me a check, and I'll toughen up.
Okay, yeah, that's right. That's what I thought.
About what? He's copying all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, maybe this is the path of the course for his position. That this is how people react to that, and this is
mate. It's because he's a Jew. Like, don't kid yourself, mate. It's because he's Jewish, and that's what this is all about. And it's not about his reporting standards and the way he does things, all this craziness from the people that are digging into.
The funny thing is, you've hated me for a long time, and I don't whatever. That's good. That's a personal, we've got a personality clash. From the first, I've only met you once. I met you the one time. In fact, you were streaming the first time I met you. So I'm sorry, New South Wales streamer. And I didn't particularly get on with you straight away. We've never really had a relationship. So the personality clash is fine. But it's funny to me that now suddenly when you've got all these other people who are driven by Jew hatred that happen to also be in your little circle of followers, suddenly you're justifying their Jew hatred. You're minimizing their Jew hatred because you're just happy that you're not alone in your little petty hate for me.
Sit
on that, Sydney streamer.
Is because they want to prove some sort of Jewish conspiracy. That's all up there in the comments. You know, there's no other reason to sugarcoat this with something about, people want to see Avi's, journalistic integrity or something. It's not about that. It's because they think he's a Jew. He's involved in a Jewish conspiracy, that he paid someone with a friend called Cohen. And, we're all involved in some sort of Mossad plan to make the NSM look bad, who do a great job already of making themselves look like retards in Melbourne, that no sane right-wing movement these days would want to be associated with them, because wherever they go, everyone else gets labeled a Nazi as well. And that's on them.
I hope he does, but if Avi doesn't reflect on that, I don't call all criticism of me anti-white hatred.
There you go. Good play, mate. Okay. How many people attack you for being white? Can you show me any comments? Give me one comment. How many people attack you? How many people on my streams are attacking you now? A lot of people are attacking you, but they're literally attacking your arguments, and they're calling you names like clown. But how many people are attacking you for your skin color, for your ethnicity? None. Okay, your entire stream was attacking me for being a Jew. Your entire stream. So why do you minimize it when the time comes? When you have a chance to go, that's just horrible or whatever. Like you're so why don't you have some humility?
Because you're Jewish. Yes.
Your whole stream does.
What about that?
Because you're basically you're arguing that people hate me for me and not because I'm Jewish. You're saying when people hate you,
Plenty of people do. I don't know what the percentage are, but of course, there's heaps of it. But
we're not talking about that minority that are talking about my word. We're talking about your entire stream comments, your entire people talking about me being Jewish, or the
holding people responsible for other people's comments.
I'm holding you responsible for your argument here. You're saying you're saying to Rukshan that the people hate me for my. Let's listen to it again. Because you're such a gaslighter.
Think about people want to see Avi's journalistic integrity or something. It's not about that. It's because they think he's a Jew. He's involved in a Jewish conspiracy, that he paid someone with a friend called Cohen, and we're all involved in some sort of Mossad plan to make the NSN look bad, who do a great job already of making themselves look like retards in Melbourne, that no sane right-wing movement these days would want to be associated with them, because wherever they go, everyone else gets labeled a Nazi as well. And that's on them.
I hope he does, but if Avi doesn't reflect on that, I don't call all criticism of me anti-white hatred.
I don't call all criticism of me anti-white hatred. So your response to Rukshan saying that all these people are targeting me, calling me a Jew for the reporting, concocting a Jewish conspiracy, is you don't call all criticism of you Jew hatred. The implication there is that I'm calling genuine criticism, shut up for a second, genuine criticism of me as Jew hatred. As that I'm somehow playing this like the victim of anti-Semitism, when all they're doing is concocting anti-Semitic conspiracies and literally, like in your stream, just calling me a dirty Jew or a Jewish rat, like the guy you're defending out of that couple that lunged at me. So why did you do that? What was the reason? What was going on in your head?
Hold them accountable for that. Hold them accountable for that speech.
No, I'm asking you why you made that comment to it. I'm asking you why you used that as an. I'm asking you to speak for yourself. I don't know which part of that's unclear. Speak for yourself. Why did you use that as an argument when Rukshan laid out the facts of what was going on?
My words mean exactly what I said. I don't call
All right,
any
shut up.
criticism. But maybe I should. Maybe I should.
No.
I know the sentiment that you're trying.
And you made a joke of it. Maybe I should. Maybe I should act like it's anti-white discrimination, because the Jew hatred Avi's getting is just all in his head and also in all my comments.
No, of course it's not in your head. Of course it exists. Lots of people.
1 second, I need to get some
Jewish.
water. You have made me thirsty.
There's spades of it. I think you just crashed out.
Thanks for coming on the stream, Chris.
I think he just crashed out.
No, he's there.
Oh, you've made me thirsty. All right, we got it. It's all in my head. Let's keep going.
You are talking.
By the way, guys, we'll get to all your super chats at the end. We'll let Chris.
Out there, and I agree with you. It absolutely does exist, and it's great. There's a reason why Nick Fuentes brings in $2 million a year just for his group chat.
I mean, I'm not doubting. I'm not saying that that's not happening, but I'm just saying, giving you a direct answer as to why people want to make a link with some Jewish conspiracy, because that's kind of what their worldview has become, and they want to prove that there's a Jewish conspiracy when something so mundane like this could be just because some dude is a retard. And I don't want to, I don't know much about this guy besides these appearances he's made, and I think an appearance he made a few months ago. But his behavior is very unhinged, and it's not normal. And obviously, there could be people directing him and doing things, and misusing his low-level IQ and intelligence. That's all possible. And those are things that we could possibly discuss. And if people want to make up conspiracies about Avi and make connections and things like this, that's all fine as well. But I think the problem is people just take someone like this and their screenshots as evidence. And a lot of these people try to push this as evidence, and they're like, "Oh, prove it wrong, prove it wrong." No, the onus of proof is on this retard that's saying this, and everyone else that wants to make it true, prove it, make it real. So far, we have evidence. Only real evidence we have is the footage on the day of his interactions and hanging out with those NSN people pointing towards Avi before they came up to him. Now, even from that, I don't make the connection that maybe those NSN guys didn't know him. Maybe they're just laughing at him because he went up to them and said something stupid. So even from that, as a discerning person, I wouldn't jump to that conclusion. The only reason I would jump to some conclusion about a link between them is because of their ideological bent and the fact that I've seen them together. But I don't even know if that was related on the day.
I just hope it's also a reflection that the electorate can't be wrong. The audience is on a broad enough set. Can't be wrong, and they were that willing.
Chris, do you recognise that may have been the dumbest moment? Like, the audience can't be wrong?
I'm sorry. What was the quote you're
It's
saying?
always wrong. You should know that from COVID. The audience is always wrong. Most of the world believe COVID was true. Exactly. I mean, that's a retarded thing to say, bro. Like, that's not a correct statement.
What was it? What were you quoting me as?
What, are you not watching it with us?
Are you not reading the transcript?
Reflection of a popular reflection of a group of people does not reflect reality. Evidence does.
But the job is then to try and win them and try and explain.
What is that?
I got the transcript here for you if you're misquoting a source.
Bro, let's watch the video, man. Like, no one. People that are watching at home cannot read the transcript.
Yet again was proven incorrect.
If we have,
I said the audience can't be wrong. I didn't say that. I said the electorate cannot be wrong, and that's an important distinction.
But the electorate can be wrong as well. That's also dumb as dog shit. The electorate voted Dan Andrews. Like, what are you talking about, mate? The electorate can't be wrong.
At the end of an election, if you can't recognize that in an election you've got to get the job right to convince the electorate, you have to suffer the consequences of that election. That's what people mean.
That's not what happened. That's not what happened.
They can be correct.
If you look at
regret their decisions,
that's not what happened. Because if you look at Trump didn't concede to Biden when he won the 2024 election again. He went with the same anti-immigration, all that same points, deporting people in the 2024 election. He didn't concede to the election results of the last election. That's not how it works.
Years after that, you got to quote your source correctly when you say that, and that's why I keep a transcript here, because if you're going to quote someone,
so you're an amazing journalist. You've got a transcript and you let people attack you on the street. Good, amazing. Like you and the humility that you have is spectacular. I'm not even going to argue.
No one's talking down to anyone. Avi's just doing his job and reporting. If people want to come up with conspiracies, it's up to them to prove it. In the where there's a lack of evidence, Avi doesn't need to prove to them anything like that. He just gave a response because he thought it was funny.
He did an excellent job of proving otherwise. What I'm trying to suggest that his approach. I mean, look,
I have no idea what you're talking about. His approach, I have no idea. I don't think it matters. I think he should just keep doing what he's doing in the way he's reporting stuff. Obviously,
Black
we
power.
can critique people. We can critique, for instance, Nick Fuentes and his approach. But you're saying he's got 2 million views. Whatever. Maybe we don't know, but I don't think that really matters in this particular instance of what we're discussing is around the conspiracy and the fact that a lot of this is because of Jew hatred. And it's evident in the comments. Just read the comments right now. It's evidence that these people are unhinged. And a lot of them are just losers. And that's just the truth.
Yeah. Taking that 1% fringe out of the way, Liz Storer.
Mate, that 1% fringe is the people watching this right now mostly, and the comments and the people spreading this conspiracy.
But Liz Storer, the former boss of Advance. Liz Storer, the Sky News host. Like this
okay, now I just want to make it clear. You're going to a different topic.
That's what he does.
We're talking about Jew hate, right?
Yeah.
We're talking about anti-Semitism. We're talking about the former boss of
but
Advance.
I don't think that has.
So you pivot over to Liz Storer to make the argument that criticism of Israel is not anti-Semitism, which I agree with. But are you arguing, because you conceded to me earlier today, that because all Rukshan's saying there is that the vast majority of people, especially on your stream and online, that explosion of hatred of Avi that we're seeing, is actually driven by anti-Semitism and nothing else. Are you denying that, or do you concede that still?
Rephrase it a slightly smaller question. You had a lot that you were trying to say. Are you saying this? And
are you saying the explosion of the hatred, the vitriol that you're seeing, whether it's in my comments, all of your comments, that it is driven? Are you saying that it's not, the majority of it is not driven by anti-Semitism, or it is?
People hate you because you're Jewish. A lot of people do. A lot of people hate you because you're Jewish. Yes.
And that's all that. That's all he was.
Okay, I'm not.
Yeah. Okay. Great. But that's not what that's you. So why were you arguing with him on that point? That's all Rukshan was saying. That the majority of the people that since October 7, the explosion of, I've always gotten hate, but the explosion of hate since October 7 has been driven by Jew hatred, not because of my obnoxious work.
There is a waterfall effect from the conflict in Gaza onto Jewish people globally. Of course there is. Of course there is. And public opinion has absolutely collapsed for a war, Israel's war, and people who support Israel's war, which you do, which you're reporting, gushed for. And that will lead to a outpouring of anti-Semitic
Is it justified?
And hatred.
Is it justified? Is it justified? Is it justified?
The audience makes that judgment up.
Do you think it's justified? I'm not asking the audience. I'm asking, do you think it's justified?
Hatred for you? I hate you because you're obnoxious. Do I hate you because
the
you're
Jew hatred that comes my way is the Jew. You're admitting that it's not hatred for me. You're saying it's hatred driven by the war. Do you think I deserve the Jew hatred that comes my way because of the war and because of my reporting of the war?
Hatred. I think you deserve hatred. I don't think you should deserve hatred because of your background. But what are you hunting for here? Let's drive down into a deeper issue that you want.
No,
I think a direct answer would be good.
Yeah, like you don't want to answer it because it's everyone here can see you hate me, and that's cool. The feeling is probably mutual.
I didn't come into this call hating you, but it's certainly driving into it midway through.
You did, but whatever. It was probably we had an hour. We had a conversation earlier. So you were okay. I know because I spoke to you beforehand, and you it was a lot more civil. But
I wasn't going to come on originally.
Right? Yeah, I know. And then we had a conversation. Anyways, get back to the question because you want to move it. You want to pivot. You want to pivot. Don't pivot. Don't pivot. Don't pivot. Let's
pivoted to it. You brought up that we spoke before, and you were like,
let's get to the crux of it here, right? Your argument is, so you concede. Now just answer direct, don't pivot. You concede that the explosion of hatred directed at me is driven by anti-Semitism.
Oh, you're looking for a percentage? That all of it? No, lots of people hate you because of your reporting. No, I don't know a percentage chance. You need to go through the comments.
Okay, so let's look. Should we just look at your comments?
A lot of people hate you because you're Jewish. I think a lot of people hate you because they hate you.
Okay, so let me ask you this. No. Okay, so
people hate me because of my reporting style.
Trust me,
I don't have a percentage chance for you.
Okay, no, but that's not. I'm not asking for a percentage. You're saying my reporting, my obnoxious reporting. So has there been an explosion of hate towards me?
Reading your comments, it's
okay. Yes, we can agree on that. Yes, we can agree on that. Okay, has my reporting style changed in the last 5 years?
Yes, post-October 7th, your reporting style became fiercely pro-war in Gaza.
But that's not my style. That is not my style. That is my political position. So you're saying that because of my political position, because I stand up for the right of my people, Jews, for my family, for my mum living in Israel, for my sisters, my nephews, my nieces, my cousins, all my family surviving. You're saying because of my political position in Israel, that's the explosion in hatred against me. And the hatred, when you read it, is vile anti-Semitism. They're not talking just about the war. They're calling me Jewish rats, Jewish dogs. In many chats that you sit by, you're friends with these people. You're telling me that's justified because it's my reporting, yeah?
What? Is it justified because of your reporting? Oh, mate, you're drawing strings a bow so long.
So it's not.
No. You're trying to pin every comment that happens on you that I'm justifying every comment.
No. I'm not. No. You're saying you're happy. You're happy for people to hate me. You're happy for people. You're happy for people to hate on me. You're saying that. So the funny thing is, the funny thing is, it's not even.
Hate on you.
You literally said it. You literally just said, Rukshan, did he just say that he's happy for people to hate on me?
Something to the effect.
Where's your transcript? Bring your transcript.
The effect. Okay. So it's not an exact.
All right, so, okay. I literally asked you if you're happy, if you said, I'm happy for people to hate me.
I want you to be reporting when you're reporting. I want you to take an ounce of humility from time to time. I certainly
Oh my
didn't
God, you
enjoy
need to
speaking
look in
with
a
him here.
mirror, bro. Oh my God, you are so
Okay, so Chris,
insane.
what
You're such a
humility-
gaslighter.
What
You're
what
like,
humility? What humility should Jews in Australia have because of what's happening overseas?
because of their political position.
Every time I
What
say
humility?
something, you're making this about the Jews.
It
Do
is.
you
Because
think
that's
other
the whole
Jews are
conversation
Jews?
is
I'm
about the
talking to you,
Jews.
Avi. I'm saying you.
You just
Avi.
said.
Not a representative
You
of all
just
Jews in
said- you just
Australia.
said-
Not all that. I'm
You
talking
just
to you.
you just said because of Avi's reporting post October 7th, which Avi articulated as his stated political position because he is Jewish.
You're going to
and
have
that
to get
is
the quote
like
right. You got the quote wrong. Ruksha,
All right,
if you're going to
mate,
quote
this
me,
is-
you just said you have to get the quote right, and you didn't get that quote
You're
right.
such a liar. This is the
Mate,
way. This is
we're
your
having-
little
we're
trick
having
to
a
get out of
conversation.
it.
I brought receipts.
We're having a
I
conversation.
brought receipts. Where are yours? You've misquoted me how many times this
No,
quote?
right now,
We're
everybody
having
was
a
here.
We're having a fluid conversation like adults, right? And you're
Look at the
talking about
faces
Adults
you're
cannot
putting.
quote someone else with
right.
precision.
Mate,
And that
You're
matters
being
here.
childish.
You're like, there's
being-
11,000
you're being
people
childish.
watching you just walk back from the comment you literally just made. We all have ears. You said
Get the
you're
quote
happy.
right, and
You're
just
happy
know
for people to hate
rather
me,
than-
and then you conceded, and then you conceded that the hate, and then you conceded the hate explode.
No, if you think that now
What's
doesn't
better?
matter-
What is better in my reporting if I go against Israel? That's what it comes down to. It's got nothing to do with my security guard. It's about my stance on Israel. You just said that. You just
You're
said that.
gushing support. You're gushing support.
Yes, I
When
absolutely.
reporting
Okay,
on
I am
something-
unapologetic. I am unapologetic about my support for Israel, Australia, the West.
Yeah.
Tell them
What-
they're
what- what
wrong.
do you-
Tell
what-
the Australian
You're
people they're
pointing,
wrong.
What's your
you're
point?
pointing at a poll. Well, I don't know what that means. I don't know how that poll is relevant.
Look at
to
that
the
smug
situation in
face.
Israel.
It's so
I don't understand how that
ridiculous.
poll. I don't understand how that poll is relevant to the situation in Israel. If a Jewish Australian has a position on Israel, it shouldn't be dictated by that poll. Are you saying that Jewish Australians should look at the
This
poll
guy-
here? Yeah.
Publishes gushing support for a war in Israel.
Wait,
This
wait,
poll
one
says
second.
that
One second.
Australian people do not
One
support
second.
that war.
One
This
second.
poll says people are calling out what they believe to be a genocide happening in Gaza.
Yeah. Okay. I don't
And
understand.
you're
the point of what
so
you're saying.
happy because now you've got people to join the hate Avi bandwagon that you're on. The thing is, it's so ridiculous. So let me ask you: in COVID, when you were reporting on
What was it? Yeah, actually, Avi, I just want to jump in. What was the public support at that time for COVID? Overwhelmingly, it was in the side of the state. Polls were
and you were
overwhelmingly-
reporting on it. So if people attacked you and not even attacked your reporting, attacked your ethnicity, attacked your things you can't control, your support. In fact, no, you're blaming it on my support for Israel.
No.
If people attack, yeah.
I mean, look, I just want to jump in, Chris. I just realized just how ridiculous what you're saying is. During COVID, popular support was for the state position. Many of us who went against that grain and reported on what our fundamental beliefs were based on our principles was not the popular opinion for a long time during COVID. Yet
Yep.
we reported on it because that is the job of the reporter. It is not to be swayed by public opinion based on something that polls are taking in Australia. Like, I don't know what that means. So, as a Jew who has, you're saying gushing support of Israel, most Jewish Australians,
reporting on COVID protests was broadly negative throughout, as it was for you as well.
Most Jews are
Comments,
Zionists,
and I had hate
and their
groups
country
which
was
followed
attacked.
me and followed what I did.
Let him talk,
That's-
Chris. Let him
that's
finish
the
his. Let him finish his
Mate,
point.
Most
You're
Jews,
so-
talk
about obnoxious.
Almost all Jews, especially those that live in Israel, are fundamentally Zionists because they believe in the state of Israel, and they are fighting an existential threat to their existence, which is what they believe. And of course, they support protecting and defending their homeland and their sovereignty. If you ask those NSN people that somehow you have some sort of affinity sometimes about what they would do in the case of Australia, they will say they will 100% support Australia and deport people like me because I'm, Indian or whatever. They talk about that openly. Even last one of those spaces you were listening to, they were talking about, because I'm an
That
Indian.
you were invited as an esteemed guest.
I don't want to bring all that into it, but these are the positions and views that people have. Okay, so based on Avi's position as a Jew and an Israeli, you're telling him that he should now shape his reporting as a reporter and a journalist in Australia, because the public here in Australia who are swayed by whatever's happening here, the protests that are happening here, the demographics of Australia who might be, Muslim perhaps, maybe more so growing, and they're pushing that agenda as well, perhaps. That's changing the position of people in Australia. That should then sway the reporting of Avi to be more sympathetic towards that other position. And for some reason, for him not doing that, he's not showing humility. That doesn't make sense. I mean, there's going to be journalists on. Look, when Candace Owens or
he's literally responding what he said.
When Candace Owens or these people who are talking against Israel have a certain view, I don't think it's because of a lack of humility. I think that's their deranged opinion. It's got nothing to do with humility. So I don't expect them to have a different view. It doesn't really make sense what you're saying.
Is an excellent example of being unable to separate Abi's identity from his reporting. And I attack Abi's reporting.
Abi is a Jew.
And you're unable to separate that from his background.
But you're the one that's excusing the attacks on my identity because of my reporting. You literally have. You explain. Listen, you know what? Let's just continue because everybody can hear what you're saying. The timeline is that my report, so first you tried to blame it on my obnoxious reporting, which when you had to point to something, what you pointed to was my security guard defending me in the calmest, most professional way. Then when you had to give actual an example of what you say was my change of reporting style, which I thought was the violent street stuff, because I knew you couldn't bring that up because there's a long history of people attacking me and Daniel doing his job perfectly. So then the example you gave is my reporting on the issue of Israel. And that is the reason. So that is exactly the reason that those people are attacking my ethnicity.
You're trying to parrot my own words back to me when every time that you have during this entire call, we've gone to the transcript and found that isn't what I've been saying. So for you to take three different quotes out of context there and try and suggest that that's not so.
All right, mate. Okay, yes. Nobody on this stream has ears and eyes, and I changed what you said. You just the problem with you is that when I repeat what you say back to you
about a single frame of a woman being thrown to the ground of your team.
It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if it's a woman or a man. If someone touches a security guard, they should be handled. I don't know what these excuses. I don't know.
But how does that have anything? How does that have anything to do with my reporting on Israel?
Like you play on these emotions, or it's a woman and this and that, mate. It doesn't matter. If
it was a genocide, that was actually a genocide. What you saw there, actually, and that was what we saw on that clip was a genocide. So I understand why it's tied to Israel. You absolute clown. Okay,
Sky News is evil. That the alliance between Israel and Sky News is evil.
I don't think that has anything to do with how Avi's approach to the job is. I don't understand what you're saying. So you haven't made that clear, is what I'm saying. Is the problem is the process as a Jew or as a journalist?
Are you familiar with what she said yesterday? On 2SM,
I'm asking about Avi Yemeni because that's what we started with. I don't know. I know what Liz Torres said. I'm not talking about that. I'm asking
what does she have to do with
Avi to change about his approach, him being a Jew or his journalism.
You're talking about that this is caused by Jew hate, right?
Yes.
I totally understand and respect that. I'm just going to bring up this if I can, which is this is not a NSN member. This is not a groper. This is a qualified for years, well-paid lobbyist, the former boss of Advance Australia.
What I'm saying is this has nothing to do with what we've just been discussing in terms of Avi Yemeni and his journalism on the day of this. And
we're talking about Jewish hate, right?
Yes.
Or not?
Yes.
So this is part of this topic, which he's been slammed as a Hamas supporter, a terrorist, and what have you. We're talking about another journalist kicked off a network for calling out what's happening in that conflict over there, which isn't part of Australia. But I'm trying to bring up that this criticism, which he's throwing at Sky News, is this Jewish, just pure Jewish hate as well. And this is what I'm trying to raise, that at some point, a reflection of not just, oh, it's hate, whatever, move on, you'll hate us and there's nothing we can do.
Yep.
That it's a wind of change, something happening here that can't just be brushed away.
In this instance, Avi is a Jew. And the hatred towards him is because he's a Jew. It's not necessarily because of the issue.
I don't hate him because he's Jewish. I hate him because he's just...
Because he won't mention your name. He won't give you the credit when he talks about you and things like this. Yes, I get it.
There's an ongoing feud in that way. But
there's literally no ongoing feud. You had a sook. Just fact check.
That'll be framed.
Get that on the transcript, yeah? You're a freaking sook, an absolute sook, because one time in one story and one of your videos, and it was from memory, it was a live feed. It was from a live feed, and there was a newsworthy part, and Rebel took it like Channel 7, and this guy had an absolute meltdown. Yeah, I just want to see the clip because I'm remembering that it was from a live feed, and you had the biggest sook with zero humility. How many lives? Anyways,
I'm just saying you don't got to be so soft, man. You don't gotta be soft, but-
My criticism of him as an individual just gets framed as anti-Semitism, and that blends into this.
Avi doesn't. I don't know where that comes from.
Guys, this has
why did you just claim that my criticism? See, when have I ever called you? You don't like people misquoting you. When did I ever call you an anti-Semite? Because that's what you said.
This has been almost an hour and a half now, guys. This
When
has been fun, but
yeah, I know. When did I ever call you an anti-Semite? Because that's the claim you just made, that I'm saying that your criticism of me is anti-Semitism. When have I ever said that?
oh, I've claimed Avi Yemeni called me an anti-Semite.
No, you're saying you're. Do we need to hear the argument again? So you get the transcript. Have you got the transcript? We need the transcript urgently.
5803. Yep.
50. No, it was right before that. Let's go here. So you go here, right?
55. A reflection of
I don't know.
not just, oh, it's hate, whatever, move on, you'll hate us and there's nothing we can do.
Yep.
That it's a wind of change, something happening here
Wind of change.
that can't just be brushed away of.
Yeah, but I just want,
Do you know there was a wind of change in the 1930s in Germany? Anyways,
in this instance, Avi is a Jew.
The criticism
And the
of
hatred
Sky
towards him
News,
is because
like
he's a
Dan
Jew.
mentioned
It's
there,
not necessarily because of the issue.
Wait, hold on. This criticism, Sky News, Jewish, just pure hate.
No, we're not talking about that. Wait a second with the transcript. I'll give you the second.
Because he won't mention your name. He won't give you the credit when he talks about you and things like this. Yes, I get it.
There's an ongoing feud in that way, but
Yeah, no, I know.
That'll be framed as.
I'm just saying.
55-50.
You don't got to be so soft, man. You don't got to be soft.
55.
My criticism of him as an individual just gets framed as anti-Semitic.
My criticism of him as an individual gets framed as anti-Semitism. Now, back up that claim. When has anyone called you an anti-Semite for criticizing me? It's a straw man argument, and you're basically running cover for people that are actually anti-Semitic, your entire comment section against me, by saying that people...
Oh, come on. Comment section.
Your entire comment section. People can go look. But when did anyone call you an anti-Semite for your credit?
You're trying to frame people. Oh, your comments are anti-Semitic.
No. When did I call? When did anyone call you an anti-Semite? No, stop deflecting.
The ninth time you brought up your comment section is filled with this.
When
I don't have
did-
an international media team to filter it. You
Okay.
do. You filter your comments of all the anti.
Okay.
What do you want?
Okay.
What do you want? Is Elon Musk responsible?
Hold on,
for
we'll hear it again. Forget it. He doesn't want to
Come
answer.
on,
He
man.
does this thing that he doesn't answer it because he can't. It's
In this instance, Avi is
Your
a Jew.
comment section. Oh,
No,
don't
forget
answer
your comment.
that.
Forget your comment
and the
section.
hatred towards him
Forget
is
your
because
comment
he's
section. I don't care about your
not
comment section. I don't
necessarily
care.
because of the issue.
I don't care about your Jew hating comment section. Wait a second. Now
Why
listen.
do you keep bringing up
You
people
know what?
saying
You're
that
right. You're
my
right.
comments
I
as if
can.
it's some kind
You
of
know what?
thing that I know to go
You're.
away and
You
whatever.
know what? You're
Bro.
right. You're right. And do not listen to your comment section, because otherwise you're going to turn into an. So listen. But now.
I don't hate him because he's Jewish. I hate him because he's just
Because he won't mention your name. He won't give you the credit when he talks about you and things like this. Yes, I get it.
There's an ongoing feud in that way. But,
Yeah, no, I know.
That'll be framed as.
I'm just saying you don't got to be so
I
soft.
was
man.
expecting
You
to come in
don't
for
gotta
about
be
half.
soft.
My criticism of him as an individual just gets framed as anti-Semitic.
Wait, just that one thing. My criticism of him gets framed as anti-Semitic. When has that happened? One time. One time. We don't want you to go on a lying note. You've lied a lot tonight. One time.
I've lied a lot tonight.
One time. One time somebody's called you an anti-Semite for criticizing me.
No, now
One
I'll
time.
be the one to be framed as the guy crashing out after only an hour and a half of this discussion. How could he do this to me? No, Avi, I brought up a lot of things tonight. We've talked a lot tonight.
Yeah, no, you're a coward. You're a liar. You got zero humility, and you are nothing you preach. And you know what? You ran after this after spending an hour talking to Rukshan, minimizing anti-Semitism. You joined. We have the clip. You joined a group invited by the person that ended up. What was the comment, Rukshan? What did they say? Stop feeding the Jew.
These words.
Yeah.
All of this is words. Words.
Yes.
Words.
All words.
You say words. I say.
Exactly.
Not
My reporting of Israel is just words. All my reporting of Israel is just words. You're
You try justifying this. I don't think it's landing, mate. It's not landing.
Hey, go look at the comments section this time. Let's see what's landing. What's landing? You're a joke. You claim you can't criticize me. This is your little game. You claim you can't criticize me because somebody will call you an anti-Semite. No, but you can crash out as much whenever you want.
Avi doesn't. I
don't care. Crash out whenever you want, mate.
I don't
After
think he
only
cares
an hour
about
and a half,
criticizing you.
I'm only an
never
hour
heard
and
him
a
say
half.
anything
I'm leaving.
bad
Enjoy
about
the
you or anything
conversation.
like this. So I don't know.
But I'm raising this example where.
Should we even bother? It's such a clip.
Look, Chris has been a good sport to actually come on and do this. Because
He was a good sport, but
me and look, a lot of people might know the context. This debate that wasn't really planned with Chris yesterday was around this Black Nazi video that went little bit viral in that particular 1% community that came up with all these conspiracies. And me and Chris had a discussion about it last night on his stream. And then today we invited him to come today and just to watch this stream with us and give you an opportunity, Avi, for some of the things that he was saying, because I couldn't really answer for you, and you put some of those questions to him. I still think I think he really struggles to answer questions in a direct manner. Unfortunately,
it's so frustrating.
He
And
tries
I got
to slow down the conversation and goes off on tangents. He always brings up his transcript, Chris. I know you got your little transcript.
That's his way. That's his technique to throw you off.
You watch plenty of interviews, Chris. You see plenty of interviews. Let's say mainstream media interviews or independent media interviews or podcasts or Piers Morgan. Do you see people during an interview debate bringing up a transcript and quoting back exactly the exact quote? No, people are having a discussion about it and people are listening to it. So I think the transcript thing is really weird, but it's the technique he uses to confuse and to slow down the conversation. He talks like he whispers and talks.
He did get to me.
Look, that's his style. He talks slowly and he does all this, and people think that's him being calm and all this kind of stuff. But he's just not answering questions. He just won't give direct answers on many of these things. And I believe Chris in the sense that I don't think he holds those views. But he excuses it when he refuses to just give a direct answer. It's easy to give a direct answer. For me, I give a direct answer. I think this hatred that we're seeing towards Avi, for instance, as a reporter, when I read the comments as a discerning person, and I see all the comments just being about Jew this, Jew that, and Jew, I put two and two together, and it's literally because he's Jewish that they're coming up with these hateful conspiracies around the reporting. Now, Chris sees that and he wants to find other reasons for that, when sometimes the most obvious answer is just right in front of you. But he wants to bring up polls. He wants to talk about, today there was a poll released and it shows that Australians are not happy with the situation in Israel and Gaza. Well, fine. Australians are not happy with all types of situations. That should not frame the way that a reporter reports a story or does his job. Avi is very openly pro-Israel, as are most people. People who support Palestine are pro-Palestine, as they have a right to be in Australia. I don't think that necessarily frames how they should go about reporting things. It's like me saying, oh, well, people aren't happy with the pro-Palestinian movement. Change the way that you report and tell your story to be more in line with the Australian public. I don't think anyone expects that from reporters on that side. Because, for us, when we're watching Avi, I literally, anyone who's watching you and does not know that you're pro-Israel would be, I would say, on the spectrum of being, if they're a normal person, would be on the spectrum of not, really being all there, because it's very obvious that you are.
Listen, I think
that
we need a transcript to be able to. I think from now on, what we're going to do is we do sentence by sentence. And
I'm going to message Chris and ask him what the transcript software that he uses is, because it's very good. It's actually transcribing as we're talking. And then he can just go back to this.
He's such a nerd.
It's very advanced, Chris.
He's such a nerd. And you remember that one time he got attacked? The one time, I've been attacked millions of times.
Well, that's the thing. As a reporter, sometimes I'm terrified, because a lot of the time I do this without security, and I wish that I had security, because it would sometimes make me a bit more braver. When you're in a protest, Avi, like during the COVID times, you're surrounded by people that support you, and in those situations, sometimes you're a bit safer. But when people breach into that space, and I've had that with Antifa types before, where they've come into my space and got in between me. Thank God that day that I had a security person protecting me, because I don't know what would have happened. Even if they came towards me softly, just in my face, at any given moment, those unhinged leftists who are violent, right? Who are, just violent in general, they could attack at any moment.
Yeah.
And I think the job of security in that moment is to get in between that individual. And if they lay hands on you or on the security, they have every right to protect that journalist or protect that group of journalists, whatever it is, and take action against those individuals. Like, that is why they're licensed, that is why they're certified, and that is why they're hired. Journalists themselves, it's a tricky situation if we try to defend ourselves and put hands on other people, because we're not, then there's other questions that are raised around that. So all of these things Chris should know of, obviously, as, being New South Wales #1 live stream. And I think Chris is an independent journalist. I think he's a citizen journalist. I think he does a good job of going to these protests and covering these things. I don't know why he gets so butthurt about the names and the symbols and the watermarks and things like this. Like, on X, everyone is taking other people's footage and putting it up and getting paid by X.
No, I you know what? I just wanted him to show me so I could remember the context.
No, and look, and if possible, people should definitely credit and watermark.
Rebel has a rule to do it, right? So if it got overlooked, it got overlooked, right? But from memory,
I'm not saying it's not. It's what I'm saying. It's not the end of the world. It does.
But you absolutely should. You absolutely should credit, right? Like it's like I've been doing this for years. It's annoying when somebody does it and crops out your thing. I get it, right? But a live stream, firstly, a live stream is always very different, and sometimes that happens really fast. Like if you're working on the the news jacks to get it out as quickly as possible, someone may have ripped a little bit because he wants you just to share his entire live stream. That's what he was angry about from memory at the time. He wanted everyone to share the whole live stream, but that's not the way it works. It's like if there's a little thing in it that's newsworthy, they cut it and they share it, and they should credit it, right? And he just went crazy, like I've never seen anyone. And the funny thing is, I remember that night, and that's why I brought it up to him. I'm like, Channel 7 actually did the exact same thing, and they're actually monetizing it, right? Massive corporation. And he didn't say anything. He was actually happy that they ran his footage. Like, and that's the thing. Like, a lot of this is about his personal thing with me, and that's fine. I don't need this nerd to like me, right? But what's frustrating is he's so dishonest about his reasonings about everything. Like the fact that he's talking about Daniel taking down that, like it was so gentle. And if now that's your problem, and you're saying, because he's arguing like that I've changed my style of journalism and pointing to Daniel taking him down, it's like, dude, we're making a highlight reel right now of all the time Daniel has taken down people that have tried to attack me. And that's probably the most gentle one. And many of them are from within the COVID period or even before. So it's not true that my style there has changed. So I haven't become... And so then he admits that it's about my Israel reporting, which, hold on. So because I've got an unpopular in his eyes, he clearly holds a different political view on this. Suddenly he thinks I'm fair game to attack my ethnicity, my religion. Like, do you know what I mean? Like, it's such a ridiculous, like, it's so insane. But then he says, oh no, it's not good to attack, you shouldn't. He doesn't really say it. Like, he doesn't really say anything. He just moves around, and it's so frustrating. Like, he got to me. I shouldn't have let him, because it was so it was so obvious what he was doing. And Rhonda's messaging me going, you look angry, stop looking angry. And I'm like, because like I want to throw something at this thing, because it's just like, he's dishonest. He does this little technique where he talks softly to the thing. It was so funny when he lost it. But you're an idiot. Why did you tell him? It was fun. We had him.
No, but that was a split second where the true Chris came out. Yeah. And Chris, you do a very good job of talking like this and saying, well, Avi, I'll just pull up the transcript. Let's have a look. Okay. Yeah.
Oh, and that transcript thing made me freaking angry. It's like, dude, we just heard you say it, Chris. We just heard you say it. Like, there's 12,000 people listening right now, and you just said it. So why do we have to go back? We just heard what you said, but he needs also time to formulate his pivot. And part of the pivot is a goddamn transcript. Like, I want to see him going on to a debate show and going, oh, no, bring the transcript. You got to quote me word for word, because like it's like, you know what? Why didn't you just correct what you said? You just said it. Why didn't? Because, mate, let's do the super chats. It was fun anyways. I had fun.
I hope this is something different, guys. If you've been watching our opposition podcast, again, Chris, thanks for coming on. I think despite what how this all might have panned out in your mind, I don't know. It's hard to plan these things, but I appreciate you coming on and doing this with us. So, I think that's good. Even sometimes when we don't agree and have these kind of discussions, and perhaps people are frustrated by the whole thing, I think people can maybe still take away something from this. So, thanks, mate.
We've got a heap of super chats. Let's read them.
This is from Varun. Ask this guy if he hates me for being Jewish. It's too late, but he probably wouldn't have given you an answer, Varun, but he would have brought up with the transcript.
He would have brought up the transcript and then gone to Sky News. It's like the relevance of that shit was like it had nothing to do with me or the conversation. What are you trying to say? He's so frustrating. Whew. Anyways.
King of Corn, thanks, mate, for the super chat. Avi, thank you for your work, mate. Those guys never say that what they mean. Gaslighting and dishonesty is all they know. Keep up the great work. I think that's what it is. Like, just say what you mean. Like, I'm very open about my views on the situation. I'm very direct.
You know what? That's why
and I don't expect people to agree with me. I know a lot of people that supported me in the past disagree with me, but I'm very clear that in Australia, Jewish Australians do not need to be suffering the consequences of what is happening overseas. I do not believe that, because there are many people in this country from all parts of the world who have strange ethnic conflicts, foreign conflicts, and that should not supersede the way that they should be receiving their treatment in Australia. Now, Avi has as a Jewish Australian journalist in this country, the standards that we apply to him are the Australian standards in this country, not these kind of ideas about all this other nonsense. I understand that it plays into people's opinions and views, but his reporting style should not be dictated by that, and it should not be forced by what is happening in a foreign country. I believe that's wrong. And that is the way you end up in a society where you do have situations where you have the UK, for instance, where for decades and decades, mainstream media journalists covered up things like Pakistani rape gangs, for instance, because the popular opinion of the time and the government was that, these things aren't happening because we got to keep this certain thing going, right? This diversity thing going. And now look what's happened today. So I think it's always important for people to just be who they are, be clear and be direct and frank. And I'm direct and frank. And I support Jewish Australians. I support Muslim Australians living freely in this country without this foreign nonsense. And that's I'm happy to have that direct view. I have no problem with that.
And you know what? And that's what I was about to say to you. Like, when it comes to him, I think what I find more frustrating about people like him, as opposed to even the Nazis, is that he's so tricky. Like, you can't hold him down to the opinion. He always pivots to something else. And it's like, just say what you think. And he could have said it all in the beginning. He could have said, you're reporting about Israel, after COVID, about Israel, it justifies the Jew hatred you're getting. Because that's what really he said when you break it all down. But he just won't own it because he is a bit of a coward. And he just tried to gaslight us the whole time into it. And I lost my... I think we might have to do a clip with all his little things and then him going back.
Michael Cecilia says, when they lie continuously, people begin to believe it. Tactic of the leftists, insults are intelligence.
Yeah, 100%. Thank you for the super chat.
Varun, they went to attack Avi. Would you side with a Nazi?
And you know what's funny? And he questions whether they're Nazis. And literally everyone that got kicked out, they're not even defending themselves by saying they're not Nazis. Like, none of those people in the thing were denying being Nazis. But he's coming out and saying, it was so obvious to everyone that they were Nazis. Everyone, half of them are known people. And also by what they were saying. Like, even that couple, the stuff that they were saying. So why are you defending them? And then he's like, oh, well, that doesn't justify violence. But nobody justified violence for the words. That's literally what I like doing, is having words with people that say crazy stuff, especially. Like, the last thing I want is violence. But when somebody comes at me, I'm going to go, my security's going to do something.
Yeah, there's a lot of these NSN Nazis, self-confessed. This is the thing, they're self-confessed Nazis. They're very proud of it. But a lot of people try to sugarcoat it and pretend like they're not. And I don't even understand. I think those guys probably would be insulted because that's how they portray themselves, and they love it. And it's just weird how people who say that they don't support them specifically or directly, for some weird reason, are always like, "Oh no, they're not that. That's not that. We don't know that for sure." I mean, a lot of them are self-confessed. Now, I did see that individual. For instance, I haven't seen the lady on 60 Minutes, but that particular male that came up to you.
Yeah,
guys,
the man. I think it's her husband.
The
yeah,
man, yeah.
yeah. The man's definitely a member. I don't know if they take women, but he's a member, and he's and you know, like, as bad as the stuff that he said to me on the day, the stuff that they have on the hidden recorded camera is like, you know, Nazi, like talking about, you know, getting rid of Jews. So, let's go.
Byron again. The hate whisperer is like Goebbels.
What do we got here?
Abby says the lady wanted to cause trouble. She was aggressive and was safety taken to the ground. Don't insult women that have actually been abused by suggesting that this was some form of assault. Yeah, I mean, he kept bringing up, oh, it's like a woman, like, you know, like I've seen like crazy left-wing psychopathic women at some of these rallies I've gone to that are just completely unhinged and violent. Women are capable of violence.
I stand by the genocide that happened in the park. Daniel committed a genocide that day.
It's just silly. It's just I just like that's why I keep calling like a progressive left wing arguments. He's like, oh, but think of the humility, think of the people. You shouldn't, you know, really? Nah, come on, mate. You've been to enough protests, Chris, where you've seen violence occurring, which is out of everyone's control, and there comes a time when people have to defend themselves. And definitely for a journalist, in that instance, having security is the correct standard, because that covers off a lot of legal issues that can arise from this. Byron says, some money for Chris Huggies. He is clearly a bedwetter. I feel sorry for his mum having to clean his bed sheets. Thanks, Super Chat. For
Chris, you should take all the feedback. We should do a poll. We should take and then maybe he'll change his ways, because the comments directs. It's so weird as well. Like, he's telling me I should be directed by the comments, which I guess now unpacking what he's saying, I should, based on the comments, I should turn on Israel. Forget my existence, sacrifice my existence because the comments want me to die. It's like,
yeah.
and then no, but applying his own logic, read the comments, mate. There's at least the super chats are not liking you much. Let's keep going. These are great. I'm enjoying these. These are making me feel better. These super chats. We should have run them in the middle.
Why, as we've allowed Islamists into our country? Now, look again, Catherine. Thanks for that super chat. A lot of Australians have massive issues with Muslims and Islamists, and they had issues at the that action in front of the church was popular and all this kind of stuff. Should that mean that Muslim Australians in this country who are journalists should change their reporting, their style, and all this kind of nonsense? No, like, we don't have that standard here. So thanks for that comment, Catherine. It's just.
I'm just watching a group of our wives arguing about how I did. My wife's like, mate, he's got to chill out. She gave credit at least to. Am I allowed to read their comments? It's pretty funny.
People would love to see that stream. Then I'm not even looking at that. That's just funny.
Can I read them? Are they? Should I ask them if I can read their commentary? Should I ask
them? They can
them?
send you a message. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see that. Guys, thanks. It's been a long stream today, guys. Thanks for those of you who are still hanging on here. We'll probably wrap up soon after the super chats.
Let's do the super chats, and hopefully we get permission to read, because I don't want to sleep on the couch tonight.
Dixon Sider, thanks for the super chat. Not for nothing, but Avi stepped up and picked up a rifle. When the F does this?
Chris pick up a rifle. Yeah, so it's funny, and more to that, like, Chris does go out to the street and whatever, but he did get attacked once. I've seen, right, and like, I feel for him when I saw that happen, and. Yes. He was like destroyed from it, right? You're telling me with a straight face that on that day he didn't wish that he had a security there to protect him, mate. In that moment when he was on the floor and they were jumping at him, of course he would. But most of the time nowadays he sits in the comfort of his own home and he's taking
he put himself into a situation where he probably assumed that he wouldn't be attacked, but he was. So you just never know.
That's what that one was. It was at that Christian thing, and the guys, I think, didn't know that he was supportive of them or whatever. Anyways, yeah, so he wasn't expecting it. But I bet you if he lived a day in my shoes where you get attacked, like the online vitriol that he just excuses, like when I go to work, I get that in real life, and people in real life, more than that one time, try to attack me all the time. That's why I have Daniel. And he sits there like he's always safe, and nobody just like, that's what annoyed me when he brought up that white thing, right? Because I hate anti-white racism. I always call it out.
Yep.
But
I call it out.
But at the moment, no one's targeting white people in the way that they're targeting Jews. They're targeting white people in other ways, which I always call out, right? But in the way that they're targeting Jews, they don't. Chris doesn't, number one, he doesn't even call it out. Like, he actually excuses it and justifies it, saying it's all because of the war. So, you got to put up with it. He doesn't have excuses for the anti-white racism. But then he tries, like, to compare, like, there's, like, when have you experienced that? It's just such an, but like we keep saying, it was just him playing. Hold on. Are we getting permission? Oh, wait. They said they'll send us the transcripts.
The last thing you want, guys, anyone watching the stream, the last thing you want is your wife or girlfriend or your partner to have the software that Chris has to record the transcripts. Because can you imagine during a free-flowing argument with your partner or your girlfriend or your significant other that they bring up the transcript like Chris does? It could be quite a thing.
I might have to be a bit like, I might have to. I don't have a. I need a beeper because there's a few swear words in there. This Chris mofo has a pole so far up his ass it makes him whisper speak. What a proper F-wit. F. He's such a something. I went to uni with F'ers like this and vomiting emojis. Oh, F off. I want to pull my hair out. We don't see enough stupid. We don't need to see your stupid transcript. Effing loser. He's the definition of a loser. Fake nerd. Chris the transcript boy. Chris the transcript gaslighter. For F's sake. This guy. I'm not outing who's saying what. I'm just reading the transcript without outing anyone. This guy is such a piss weak moron. I can't. It's giving me a headache. I just want to. No violence. Is it okay if it's violent? I just want to. Yeah. His smug face. Thank God he's effed off. Oh, this is already at the end. I'm skipping that one. That's not kosher. Chris is pacing around whispering to himself. That was a comment. Oh, she copied a comment. I totally see him doing exactly that. These girls are actually kind of funny. They should be running the stream. I'm actually impressed. This was my wife. She wrote, she's laughing. She goes, I'm actually impressed he lasted that long. When Avi speaks to me like that, I only last 30 seconds. At least she didn't write he only lasts 30 seconds. I thought, okay, this is your wife. Nah, I thought Avi kept it together well. You were so funny. LOL. Your wife is always way kinder to me than my wife. Then I wrote, can I read the commentary? And your wife said, I don't know, let Rhonda decide. And Rhonda said, we will send the transcripts. Rukshani said, laugh out loud, sleep on the couch. And then your wife said, actually, we need advice from Chris about that. Well, I'm actually unhinged. Oh, that was actually funny. I found their commentary great. Okay, let's go back to the super chats. We've got a lot of super chats. Let's smash them out.
Super chats, thanks for the super chat. Just remember, fam, even if we prefer a certain type of journalist, whether Avi, Rook, or Chris, we are all still brothers and sisters.
One second. Chris is a live streamer. He's New South Wales, according, do I have to show you again? According to his own bio, he's a live stream, okay? There we go. We just fact checked you on that one.
Yeah, but look, I think, at the end of the day, we all, of course, all need to try to get along. And even if we have these type of discussions and arguments, and if we can at least see the lighter side of it as well, I think it's good, Avi. So it's a true comment. It's true.
Fun.
It's fair.
It's true. It is true. It is true. Look, I don't like his personality. It annoys me. He from the like I've only met him the one time, and literally when I rocked up, he was live streaming.
Well, like, you two are opposite. That's the thing, right? So I'm in the middle somewhere. So obviously he whispers like this, and that's how he talks. And you're very boisterous. You yell and you get right into it. So those two things are bound to clash. Whereas I can kind of thread the needle a little bit between both.
It's funny. The first time, this is what happened. He was so. I was doing I think a video with Aussie Cossack. It was the first time I was meeting Aussie Cossack to do it. I didn't know who Chris. I didn't know who he was. Sorry, Chris. I didn't know who he was. And I rock up there, and I actually it wasn't something I announced. Like, it wasn't public information. And I rock up there, and I've come up there with Rhonda, with my wife, and I'm meeting Simeon or whatever, and suddenly there's a guy there live streaming the interaction, and I'm like, shit, because I was with my wife, and I obviously I'm really protective of that. I don't want I work really hard because obviously I get a lot of vitriol, I get a lot of hate, I get a lot of attacks, keep it on me. And to his credit, I went straight up to him. I was I asked who he was, and they're like, and I went up to him. Luckily, he had no following, so no one had seen it. And I go to him, and to his credit, I go to him, hey man, can you just delete that? I didn't know. And then he says to me tonight, when I spoke to him earlier, he's like, I go to him, that was my only interaction that I've had with you, because he keeps saying that this is back and forth. There was that, and then there was that story with his stupid live stream where maybe Rebel, maybe we're in the wrong. I'm sorry for that if we were, but right? But it was a newsworthy story. It wasn't just it wasn't stolen. It was out of a live stream. You know how it works. Anyway.
Yeah, I know how it works.
And then he says to me today, he goes, oh, you were in a public place. You should have expected to be live streamed. It's like, dude, you think I'm he has such warped views on some things. I went to meet Aussie Cossack with my wife. I had no idea that anyone else knew. He rocks up there and he's immediately live streaming. And I'm somebody that gets the threats, people are looking for me. And I live stream sometimes when I'm at protests, usually when I have security. I'm not live streaming my location all the time everywhere, but fine. But he's justification. He's well, obviously don't bring he told me tonight earlier before that, we didn't even get to that. I wasn't going to bring it up, but he goes, why'd you bring your wife with you? It's what? Who am I talking to? But he has a really, and yeah, anyways, let's keep going with these.
This is from Dixon. Thanks for the super chat. I'm not buying it. Armed security should have ended the threat permanently.
No, that's a joke. Okay?
That's a joke, but in some countries, that happens sometimes.
Dude, you can't lunge at people. I don't care. You just can't, and you can't hit the security guard. You can't.
Arklux, thanks for the super chat. He looks like something Neil Patrick Harris.
Let's see.
Guys, don't be mean to Chris, guys. Come on, don't be mean to Chris.
I honestly...
Actually, look, Chris does have a bit of... He does have a bit of that look.
He kind of does, but no offense to Chris, I think he would like to look like that.
He kind of looks like that, I think.
A kind of gayer version of it is what this lovely super chat was. Listen, we don't have to... You know what? We're not going to attack him for his sexuality or ethnicity or whatever, religion. Yeah. No, we're just going to attack him for being everything he accused me of. Everything he accused me of. Even the obnoxiousness, He's obnoxious just on a low tone. I'm loudly obnoxious. Thank you for the super chat.
Thank you. This is from Baz. Avi, nobody watches your videos.
It's so true. Like that, and he kept bringing up that Elon Musk. Like, what a weird flex that he tried to pull on me. Like, he's been retweeted by Elon Musk twice.
Yeah, I don't think those things matter. I mean, Elon Musk's commented on things I posted, so I don't think those things kind of matter. You have to.
Trump has shared my content. Trump has shared my content.
We gotta show a bit
humility.
of humility. you gotta show a bit of humility.
Isn't it?
But look, I want to correct. I want to correct. From my personal opinion, I don't think Chris is like jealous or anything like this. I think this is just Chris's way of operating. I've watched him for a long time. I've watched his streams for a long time. He's a very interesting and different character to the way that I do things and the way that you do things. I've seen his interactions with police, even his interactions with law enforcement and stuff. The way that he speaks can often, be confusing to many others. So Chris speaks in these riddles. Chris speaks in these riddles, and he's self-assured in the manner that he carries himself.
Maybe I should have watched some of his content before getting triggered. I got triggered.
That comes across to people that don't all often engage with his content as something totally different. Like when I spoke to him yesterday, I knew exactly the type of way that he would speak to me and stuff. And then people are like, Rukshan, you're speaking really loudly, you're being aggressive and things like this. No, because if you talk on a podcast or a stream at Chris's speed and his tone and his level, you will be there for hours and hours trying to get your point across because it doesn't stop. He goes to transcripts. We've witnessed it tonight. So you have to kind of just keep talking and get your point across. Because if you try to have a normal conversation with Chris, he leads it in all types of different directions. He'll bring up Liz Dora, he'll bring up Sky News, he'll bring up something that's totally irrelevant to the conversation, and you have to move on past that. But I know that about Chris. Chris, you might. I'm giving you feedback now, Chris.
I think that's funny. I hear, Chris. We got the flex for you. Something. I'll take. Rukshan knows you better than me, so maybe you're not jealous. You're just a weirdo. But if we're already flexing, I was on Rogan. You're right.
Avi was on end of story, mate. Show some humility, man. Why did you even bring up that comment? Show some humility.
I brought it. It's the bottom. It's the newest comment. It's literally scrolling as we speak, but I had to bring it because it was relevant to the conversation we were having right now. All right, let's keep going.
This is from Cruel Intentions. Thanks, mate. Who the F is this clown? Looks like he was on Mommy's milk till age 14. I feel bad reading these comments. I think you got to read the super chats.
Who is this ever clown? Looks like he's your mummy's milk till age 14. Listen, he annoys me, and I think his personality just does rub me up the wrong way, and I hear what you're saying. Like, he talks in riddles. That's the best way to actually describe the way he operates. Like, whenever you talk to him, he does talk in riddles, and it annoys me because it's like, just be straight. Like, I'm asking you a question, just answer the question. Don't go around in some weird and make me try work out your answer. And it's really weird because when he does that, then he tells you to be really precise in quoting him. It's like, dude, if I had to be precise in quoting you, I'm going to be here for an hour quoting. I have to paraphrase what you're saying. But I'm not going to attack if and when and how long he was breastfed, because I think that's irrelevant. But maybe it's true. Don't know.
I mean, there's elements of his views which are very soy. Chris, I've turned off streams. You're on.
Man, for a guy that doesn't like comments, like bad comments, and it's funny because he talks about my haters, and these are the people that matter to me, are supporters, not haters. Like, I'm not guided by haters because
you can't be guided by hate. Like I've just kind of kept to doing what I want to do with my perspective and my principles and my ethics, and that's kind of how you have to approach things. I get so many comments from people telling me, "Oh, drop RV," or change your.
Me too.
You have to understand the views that I have are my own, and I believe in them. That's why I espouse them, and I do things a certain way. You can't let other people, no matter how much of a fan they might be or how much of a fan they used to be, make you the journalist or the commentator or whatever it is that you want to be. You got to be direct in yourself. And again, even though I don't agree with people like, Candace Owens or Nick Fuentes, I look at them and I'm like, no matter what everyone around them is saying, and there might be legitimate concerns that people have, they are, in that what they believe in, and they pursue that. And you got to have a little bit of, a little bit of that in you if you're principled in those views. Now, the problem with like someone like Candace Owens, Avi, is, even though I bring her up, she's had different opinions that she's contradicted herself multiple times. I just want to put that as a caveat, because
And
that's where you get
and that's what I was trying to also bring to him is like, why would I be guided even if it was my supporters? Like, I'm definitely not going to be guided by my haters. But even if it was my supporters, like, I'm not going to change my view like so many have done, like Candace, like Tucker. Like, I'm not going to change that because that's the popular opinion now. Like, I think that just shows who you are. And the funny thing is, those people have done that several times now. Like, Candace started on the left, went to the right, and then went to the crazy right. We've got to do an update on the girls' feed here as well.
Okay, and is there more super chats, or are we almost
there
done?
are. No, there are, man. You're gonna have to wait.
Okay, cool. Now we'll keep going.
Mate, we're gonna, guys, keep super chatting so we keep Rukshan here all night. And so now one loved, and then my wife said, "Thank God for your husband, the only calm person." Do you reckon you were more calm? I guess he did explode at one point.
I had my little debate with Chris last night, so I had it out of my system.
But you didn't get angry. You didn't get angry.
Nah, people think I was angry because they don't normally see me talking like that in that manner. So they're like, "Oh, this is like not how Rukshan normally talks," and things like this.
Yeah.
But that's just me being myself. And sometimes when you're having a debate or you're having a discussion, you can just be yourself. And I was myself in that situation.
I look. I need to do more of those debates with, but I think he triggered me. Like, I got way too overtired. Like, it annoys me because I should have just been calm and mocked him, but like, it just annoyed me. The level of gaslighting in that was annoying. It's like, just own it. Stop pivoting. That's what you just said. Like, stop going to this stupid. And he got me. Like, he got under my skin, and which was obvious. I wish I didn't.
He's effective at that. I've got to give it to Chris. I've seen him do that multiple people, multiple times. He's effective.
Do you think he does that on purpose, or that's
no?
Just
that's just who he is.
He's just an annoying person.
Yes. Look at it that way.
Yeah, the only calm person. And your wife actually wrote, haha, like literally, and you and Chris, of course. So I don't know. She actually says she's admitting Chris was calm too. She's talking about my wife. My wife's calm. Yeah, she's not like me and your wife. We're the loose cannons. Yeah, you can. Sorry, I'm behind. I keep pausing messages. That's where we're at. That's a message update. It's actually quite entertaining, the girls' messages.
As the Dark Horse, thanks for the super chat. Oh shit, they make boy Karens now. We are done.
I don't know if she's talking about me or Chris. No, I think definitely Chris. Like, his whole reaction to that, and he's such a sneaky little weasel. Ugh. Like, that minute clip. Because what you do is we publish the whole report, and then you put little clips to promote it. And he's taken that 1 minute, which is actually in the last minute of the video, and and then he's such a Karen about it. That is literally that's what we should have called him, a Karen. You're a Karen. Like, nah, like he acted like the cops came to protect him from us. What?
Yeah. That's usually not that. That's not what the police are doing. Most protests I see, the police, when they step in, the first thing they do is just control the situation, and they don't take sides. They're just moving people away.
And Daniel would have been ended if they just stopped fighting. Do you know what I mean? It's only and he knows. Are you telling me Chris really believes, one, that was actually a violent situation, and two, that the cops had to step in to protect them from Daniel? Like, surely you don't think he believes that? I don't know. I'm not gonna. I can't even try to get into that mind.
Chris, you read the Chris comment.
Chris is a female with a beard. Yes. There's nothing wrong with females. I can't wait to hug one very shortly. Abby says, I almost missed this catch up on Kill Tony. This is by far more comedic. What a laugh. Abby,
Glad you guys entertained.
yeah, look, I am glad. I am glad that out of our supporters, I don't know what the rest of the comments are like. I'm glad that our supporters, the ones that make it possible, the super chatters, you guys are entertained because you guys are the ones that make this viable. So as long as it's viable, we'll keep doing it. In fact, it's actually brought a lot of super chats. So keep it up. Maybe we'll have him back. Ladies and gentlemen, Adam Band Jr. has left the building.
Actually, Chris, you do have a resemblance to Adam Band. That's
yes, you are
maybe
as
an
annoying.
ideological resemblance.
Yes, yeah, he is a little lefty. That's the thing with him. He doesn't even want to own his whole oh my god. Anyways, that was exhausting and frustrating. Well done, Avi. Well, I appreciate Judah Akiva. I can't say it was my finest moment. I let him get under my skin, but whatever. It was fun and you guys enjoyed it, so whatever. Put in the transcript, he crashed out to have a cry. Like,
He
honestly.
did crash out. He did crash out. He did crash out.
He crashed out. He did that thing. You know what people do? These are like all such transparent techniques. Like he did this thing where he goes, if I just say and mock that I'm doing it, then it doesn't mean I'm doing it. Dude, you crashed out. You want to say you're only going to be there for half an hour. It's like, dude, if you only wanted to be here for half an hour, all you had to do was just answer each question instead of. And like, how funny was it? He wanted me from the beginning just to line up the questions for him. It's like, he goes, he has a transcript. I can borrow his transcript. What? What? You cooker. He's a cooker. He's cooked. We got, am I reading the good ones or just the bad ones?
Sending you both a big virtual hug. Thanks, Abby.
Thank you, Abby.
so much.
Abby, we're sending one right back. We actually do love you because you are one of our best supporters. So it's extra love. You can buy our love.
Hey, Rook, you nailed it. Is Chris on the spectrum? Chris is definitely on.
He's not on the spectrum.
No. He's on a type of spectrum that even we don't understand in the sense of.
This is the spectrum, and Chris. This is a spectrum. Chris fell off the edge. Oh no, this side. He's fallen off. Chris is off the spectrum. He's fallen off the spectrum. He's defined the cooker. He's gonna have a talk about all the times I called him names. I'm just having fun now, Chris.
Well, there's plenty of clips from this live stream. I'm sure we'll see them pop up elsewhere.
Chris, you shouldn't have crashed out, and then you wouldn't have this. You'd be here to answer. You could have stayed here and answered all these super chats.
I know, it would have been a bit of fun.
Oh, here, Chris ovaries changing. Woo!
All right.
I'm enjoying these ones. Chris ovaries. That should be your new handle. Yep. I don't know why we're making it. Why are we putting down women though? My wife is more of a man than Chris. Chris
spectrums. Maybe people.
They're just giving him names. Chris, you got a lot of options. Can't have a conversation with a disingenuous clout chaser. The deflection, bait and switch is insane. Correction, Rukshan. You call him a journalist. He's a live streamer. But no, a serious note, like that literally, like that's what the frustration, that's what was getting under my skin. He literally did, like the clout chasing must be true because that's why he's so upset about whatever that thing is with the video. Disingenuous, 100%. The deflection and the bait and switch. The bait and switch, so annoying. It was just so annoying. And I don't know. I think I've got to learn when you talk to someone like that to just. I think instead of like losing my shit, I should have just summarized it and moved on. But I let him keep going. Which, no, do you think that would be the way to handle it?
Oh, look, I mean, I was just entertained by it all, so I'm just here for the entertainment.
You're a Zionist puppet.
Chris has a crush on Avi.
Stop it,
Perhaps he's very invested in fixing your image. He's very invested in making you a good journalist.
But out of all that, the summary is for me to be a good journalist, because the problem is my position on Israel. So sacrifice my life, and then I can be a good journalist again. It's so retarded. Anyways,
Spartacan, the Krav Maga. There is more that support Israel in the world. We saw that at Eurovision voting from the public. UK public gave Israel 12 points.
It's interesting. Yeah. I don't know what's true. I'm not going to sit here and pretend. I know that the other side is very loud, obnoxious, threatening. They do everything the left does 100%. Yeah. That it's scary these days to voice your support of Israel. So 100% I agree with that. But at the same time, there has definitely been an explosion, especially on the right, with this anti-Israel stuff. Yep. And I can see the undertone with Chris. He's subscribed to, well, it's not even an undertone. Like, he's saying my journalism is bad because I'm supporting Israel. So I guess if we read into that, he's clearly on the other side now. Which was kind of unheard of on the right a few years ago.
Yeah. I mean, that's why we've got the term woke right now. So
yeah. Yeah, look, if I had to, I think Chris probably has his own box. He's a bit of a weirdo like that, but I think he, you could see who he's aligning himself. I think he is going to that position of the woke right. Catherine was saying, I was responding to Chris and poll numbers.
I think that was around the Muslim.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah.
Saying Australia has a growing Muslim demographic, so
that helps the polls. Yeah, it skews the polls.
And poll numbers don't necessarily reflect the views of, it reflects the view of a broad number of people now that call Australia home.
Yeah,
including people who have a dislike of Jews. That
and if a bad so like if a bad idea is popular, it doesn't make it right. Do you know what I mean? Like, just because it's popular here, I don't care. I'm not going to give up on my principles. I'm not going to change my position. Just like I'm not going to turn on Australia, on the values and principles that make me love Australia. I'm not going to do that to Israel either. Both to me are the same thing. And if you think that I am biased because I won't go to an Invasion Day rally and be obnoxious to them like I've done for years. I've been obnoxious to so you can make the same argument. I've been obnoxious at the Australian Day or the Invasion Day protests, whatever they are, on Australia Day, and I was obnoxious to them because of my clear, unapologetic, proud support of Australia. It's the same thing.
Yeah, of course.
Chris was like Penny Wong. In what way, I wonder?
I think that's probably the most insulting comment I've read.
I know that one. I think Michael. I think you've gone too far. No, I think that's crossed the line. I think that's crossed the line.
It's crossed the line.
Is that because? And also, look, I think I don't want to unpack it. There's too much there, and it's as he likes to say. He always says like when he gets caught on something, he goes, "Oh, there's like 6 layers there." It's like, no, bro. It was pretty straight. I don't know why. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, I know he does. Coast Life says scientists use migration to dilute Western identity. Interesting. In that case, then perhaps Chris's poll numbers might be diluted as well by this same.
Scientists used migration to dilute Western identity. I love that conspiracy. Like, yes, I'm a Zionist, and I used immigration to dilute Western identity because that's going really well for me at the moment. You guys don't think through your conspiracy sometimes. Okay, this one's true though. This one's true.
It's all Trump's fault, and if you look at it, Anthony, in that context, Trump is doing what is unpopular if you compare it to what the rest of the world is saying. when it comes to this, but he's sticking to his conviction and going through what he promised to do and the things that he believes in. I think that's what people expect of leaders and at times of journalists as well, just to have be true to yourself and have conviction. I don't think popular opinion should change one's views.
100%. That is, by definition, the difference between someone with conviction and one without. If you can change because you're
of a poll.
Because, how embarrassing! Like, it's so embarrassing.
I don't know why people make that. I don't know how you can, with a straight face, make that argument when you covered the COVID protest, which was extremely unpopular in the public eye.
I know
you weren't doing what was publicly popular. Chris was from the we are the Kariwi tribe. I don't know.
You guys are so mean. All right, unless somebody throws another super chat here, we got the last super chat. If you want to keep Rukshan up, throw another super chat in quickly just to annoy him, because I can see how much he wants to go.
Cruel Intention says, we lost my dad today. That's sad, Cruel. If anyone has a good father like mine was, remember to say something nice to him. Also, Abigail King is cute as... there's something else going on towards the end there.
Okay.
But look,
Firstly,
Cruel Intention...
yeah.
You've been watching our stream for, I think, many weeks now, and really sorry to hear about the loss of your father. Yeah. And it's exactly, you're right what you say. If anyone has a good father like mine was, remember to say something nice to him. And that is a reality of the world that we live in, and it's a very good sentiment to have. Again, condolences from the Opposition podcast, myself and Avi.
No, really, and I remember, like, in the past few weeks, because he was saying he was in the hospital. I'm assuming.
I think that was bad. I think that was Baz. Was it? Was it Cruel? I don't remember.
It cruel?
Maybe it was Cruel. Maybe it was Cruel as well.
Oh, maybe I'm getting it wrong. Was it? I thought it was Cruel.
Baz
from the hospital. Oh, sorry. All right. And Abigail King is cute as. I do like how there was a serious side of it, and then an even more serious side of it.
Yeah.
We need to should we set up a dating part of our comments?
Yeah, that's it. Opposition Tinder.
I reckon you guys should flirt in the super chats. And that way you can say this has been the most expensive relationship you've ever had. It started... Yeah, okay. Mate, thanks for the super chat, you idiot. I'm reading it. All right. Oh, 1 second. We got Baz. Oh, okay, it was Baz. Okay, sorry, I confused, mate. So I knew it was like how is your dad going, Baz? I'm not trying to... You can put this in the normal comments. I'm not just trying to make you give us... I hope he's all right. Yeah, so I did confuse the two of you. All right. Sorry for your loss, Cruel Intentions, and Baz, we wish your dad well, hopefully a speedy recovery, and Abigail, in the next live, you're going to have to at least dangle a carrot, like, even if you're not keen. Cruel Intentions does sound like they have good intentions. But even if you think Cruel Intentions might not be in it for the right reasons, just dangle the carrot in the super chat. Help this Zionist enterprise. That's how... No? Do you agree with me, or...?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed.
You're not opposed? We're like pimping out our super chat section. Guys, I hope you enjoyed tonight's episode. It was a little bit different. It's almost 11 o'clock. Wow, that was...
epic stream.
4 hours. Didn't feel like it. Oh, wait. We got $1 from Coast Life just to keep you up there. Look, wait, oh, you see what Coast... Because they put like a hateful one that I didn't read. Like, if you're going to put Jew hate stuff on there, I don't care if you pay. If you're just going to put Jew hate stuff, like if it's blatantly Jew hatred, I ain't reading it. Baz, sorry to hear. Baz says, sadly, Dad's not coming. So not coming home. Sorry, yeah, it is. Let's see, as Rukshan said. That is life. That's just, there's one thing that that's guaranteed, and life ends. And you know what? I haven't been through that yet, so I don't know how it would feel, but I don't envy you. And best wishes. What do we have here? The question is who is Chris's dad? Who is Chris's dad? See the what? The question is who is Chris's dad? How are you guys making jokes about Chris's dad when we've got like two people? One person just told us like the sad news of the dad. The other one told us also the sad news of their dad. Like one just passed away. One is not coming back from the hospital. And you guys tie that into Chris. I think that Baron, I appreciate the super chat. That was inappropriate though. I do like banter, but there is a time and place. No, Rukshan, back me up here.
I agree.
Chat was fire tonight. Thanks, everyone. Great show. Was the chat? Was the general?
I was reading the chat throughout it.
So was the general? Hold on. So what was the general chat just before we go? Like, was it supporting Chris or was it mostly? Because people would struggle with their hate for me, but Chris is not a likable guy. Hence, he doesn't have that many followers.
Yeah. Look, I will say that people were not convinced by Chris's approach to this discussion.
Yeah.
As much as it frustrated you, I believe it frustrated many people in the comments.
Oh, that's interesting because I know.
Mostly because of his soft whispering that talking like this.
It's a fake whisper.
People couldn't understand what he said. The only time people heard Chris was when he actually spoke up like a man and used his manly voice to give his passionate take on something. But
I'm reading the chat now. They're saying the general chat was laughing a lot. Chris' personality. Okay, it was funny. All right, people enjoyed it. I was just like I shouldn't have lost it. I should have just been more on my thing. But you know what? I want to have more. I want to have more haters on, and
get more people on. Like it's
hate. I want haters. I want more.
And we get
a hater. One hater each week.
All right.
A hater a week. That's what I want. That's more fun. It was fun. General chat was pretty funny. Check the transcript. I wonder if he's crying yet on X. Is he? Well, oh wait, we got to do. Is there anything from the girls? The chat today was way nicer and kinder than Chris's chat yesterday. The people that watch him are actually evil. You guys genuinely have normal followers. Look, there are people that do come and hate watch me. I'm not delusional, and I don't mind them because it helps the algorithm. But and that was the point I was trying to make. Is like his entire chat, every single comment. And remember when you were on it, like later on in it, we couldn't get there because he had to run away. But his chat, like every single comment that he did end up bringing, he was like, he had to skip him because they were so full of Jew hatred.
Yep.
Turn on what's TTS super chats so we can roast them. What's TTS super chats?
Transcript super chats.
TTS
is some sort of transcript thing, right? Text to speech, yeah. Text to speech, yeah.
Text to speech. So what would that mean? Is that a joke? Am I missing something? Like, so turn on text to speech so we can roast them.
No, I think because text to speech, there is a feature where the super chat, instead of us reading it, it reads it.
Oh, that's what Nick. That's what. Some
people do that.
Fuentes does that.
Yeah, I think this is about that. Yeah.
Oh, that would be funny. Yeah, we could do it. Yeah. I don't know. Is it better that we read it or that they read it?
I don't know. Maybe we can look into that if we can build that in or something like that.
Too funny. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Remember, as usual, just to help the algorithm. We want to make Chris famous because he's such an honest. He needs the following. He's got all the humility. So we want people to see this episode. So like it, give it a share, and make sure whatever platform you're watching on now, hit the subscribe and the notification bell so you get more of these lives, and hopefully more with haters, and hopefully I handle it more with my
more humility. More
humility
humility.
and comedy.
More humility.
I want to
I've
laugh.
I've never heard that brought up in the context of the kind of street journalism that people do. Humility, like street journalism is not that game. That's just I don't know.
No, like he's calling me arrogant. Like I'm arrogant. Like everything I'm doing is arrogant. But like the thing that's weird in saying that about that report, like in the 20-minute report, outside of the minute that he showed us, is like I have nice, genuine conversations with actual Christians, like grandmas, and like the only people there was a problem with were people that were screaming at me, sticking fingers up at me, were bringing Hitler stuff up at me. You know what I mean? Like, what? So you want me to be more humble around the Nazis? Got it, Chriso. God bless. Good night. People follow you. Just to quickly say where to go.
You can follow me at The Real Rukshan on X, Facebook, and YouTube. Follow me. And you can also look, I'll give Chris a plug as well. Chris, you can follow me at Chris Coveries on X. Just look for the subtext that says New South Wales finest protest live streamer. That will be the account that you're looking for. and with that, guys, have a good night. We will see you back next week on the Opposition podcast.
And before we go, the girls' messages end with hurry up and finish. Ha ha ha. He's actually reading our convo. Ha ha ha. On that note, for those of you, follow rv.com. You can find all my socials there. And if you hate watching, make sure to do it across all those platforms. Good night and God bless.
Good night, guys.
And hopefully tonight you leave with some humility.
Humility. That's the catchphrase. Humility.
Last word on the transcript will be humility.